Okay, I'm just sitting here. Wait, I'm sitting here on Twitter, just being baffled instead of going live. Just to be clear, that's what I've been doing. I have been feuding with Dore fans today. It's been quite interesting. So first of all, Zach. Why don't we? Why don't I send him? Wrong. An invite to be on stream. Huh? That would be fun. For a change. Where is share? There it is. Oh my god. Just copy, thank you. To imagine thinking that Jimmy motherfucking Dore isn't anti-vax today. Like 10 years ago, sure. I don't know. I don't think he was any whatever anything other than standard progressive. Right? But today? Come on. Oh, yeah. I am still cat sitting, by the way. Strangest things are happening. Or strange things are happening. I don't know why the previous owners, or the owners, period, my sister-in-law and her partner, I don't know what they've done to the cats. They are the straightest, whitest, most mainstream couple you'll ever meet. Except they're gay. That's pretty much it. They're gay. If you see them on the street, you wouldn't know. Like, I know them now. And I identify certain things that I know are gay coded, like short nails, stuff like that. But just walking down the street, if I didn't know them, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't realize. Me and my girlfriend are often we often socialize with them, is the word I'm looking for. And oftentimes when we're out and about, their kid adores me. I don't think you understand. He loves me. Almost more than his mother's. Almost. Like it's hair thin sometimes who he wants to be with. Who he wants. Hey. Nope. Okay. Who he wants to pal around with. And I've often thought to myself, I wonder how many people on the streets think I'm the dad. I don't have kids that I know of. But I think a lot of people might have assumed that I'm the dad. Just because I'm holding the kid, and there's no other male around. So maybe it's a strong possibility. There we go. It is open. You're free to enter, you know. Oh my gosh, it's two. Is it two? Could you see that? Oh, did you see my butt crack? No, you didn't. Haha. Suck it, losers. Did you see that little wiggle of his tail? Could you catch that? Or is it maybe too small? Let's see here. Oh, I was in the way even. Damn it. He has this little twitch that he does with his tail. It's adorable. It is adorable. But he does it whenever he gets food. So I know it's a positive thing. And I think he associates me with food at the moment. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. So anyway, about the cats. This cat, especially. He is a snuskegubbe in Swedish. He's a dirty old man. A dirty old man. He loves women. He doesn't like men. And my goal during this cat sit has been that this dude is gonna love me. The other cat that just went by hates belly rubs. You're not allowed to touch her belly, period. I get to touch her belly. That's my goal. Like I'm no. You think you have free will here? No. I'm gonna show you enough love that you're gonna love me back. Okay, that's just how it is. So I've managed. I don't know what my sister-in-law. Why I moved the camera like 2 centimeters, and immediately the focus is off. You know? There we go. How hard is that? Maybe a bit. Oh, I know what the issue is. I am way back. There we go. That's better. And this is now irritating me. There we go. Much better. So I don't know what they're doing with the cats, because usually with a cat, you know, they love the belly rubs, they love the scratches and whatever. Why are you sitting there? Are you confused? I know you're not used to English. Jag vet att svenska är ditt språk egentligen. Är det därför? Är det som gör det hela? Nu tittar du inte på mig. You're not looking at me. He's not looking at me. What is happening here? We have an audience. I don't like it. Usually the cats love the belly rubs. Cats love the attention. Cats love to just jump up on your lap and be scratchy, you know, for a few minutes. These cats don't do that at all. You're not allowed to lift them up and put them down even. Except for me. I've managed to do it. And because what I did, Sten, the old dirty man, when I'm at the computer, he doesn't like to jump up on when I'm at the computer at all. I've tried. He's sitting there. He's like, what do you want me to do? I don't get it. Is the background in focus? What is happening? People. And why don't I know how? Why am I zooming in now? What is happening? Or was it just a tilt? Okay, it felt like a zoom in. I don't know what's happening. But yeah, so usually you pick up a cat and put it down. These cats don't like that, except for me. I've managed to do it now. I've done it. I have successfully made Sten, the old man, jump up on my lap and get scratches. You know? That doesn't happen. I managed yesterday. I'm going to see if I can't catch it on camera even. Hopefully I can. Why? Every time I feel like I'm back where I started. There we go. Can someone who is more familiar with cats, because I'm more of a dog person, can someone more familiar with cats explain to me why they're so scared by me just walking? Like, I'm walking. I'm going from one room to the next, and the cat isn't even in my way. And me merely being present, me merely making a sound is enough for these creatures to be scatter. Like they scatter around by me just walking. Why? Can someone explain that? It is really annoying. It is really, really annoying. Did I get an answer? I don't think I got an answer. I don't know if he's even seen it. So he has answered me, but I'm not quite. I started typing, and then I realized, wait, I haven't read the entire tweet, because I don't usually when I start typing, and I realized that. Why would I want to go on to YouTube with a group of people? I'm live right now, dude. Just check the Just check the link. I'm live. It's just me and the cats. Unless you call a group of people, including if you include cats in that, sure. But I don't think most people will. With a group of people that more the likely have a cult-like mentality equal to the MAGA idiots. Person, unless you count the cats. Twitter isn't really the right place for detailed discussions. We'll see. We'll see. I doubt it. I doubt it. Let's see. Why don't I do him too while I'm at it? Uh-huh. There we go. Was there something else I want to talk about? Yes, there was. Can I find it? Maybe? Did I bookmark it? Probably not. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Of course I didn't. 1 hour. We're just going to scroll a bit here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just hope these guys reply to me. That's all. And that's 15 hours ago. That's better. Now we're getting somewhere. Was I that smart? Perhaps. It is possible. I doubt it. I should have doubted more. Whatever. I'll realize what it was later. Maybe. That's not live. There we go. So these people, the Jimmy Dore fans, and we're gonna watch a Jimmy Dore video later, maybe even after this, perhaps. We'll see. Jimmy Dore fans are probably, likely, I don't know if anything changes really. Now that changed something. And if I keep going, if I go this way, we're doing nothing. And if I go that way, we're also doing nothing. Does nothing change? Is it on auto? Did I accidentally get in on auto? Give me a minute. We'll just do this. Yeah, it was on auto. It didn't do the worst job, I guess. Did auto change everything? Why am I so blown out right now? What is happening, people? Wrong way. Oh, I know why I'm blown out. I changed another setting. Always want to change settings. And now... I was cold earlier, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to sit down for this. I'm just going to be stationary. I'm not going to be moving about. I don't need... What? How is it this hard to focus me? Please. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Watch this. No? Really? Here we go. There we go. See? Never happened before. Like, until yesterday. He's not the cuddly kind, you know. Not in this way. Where do you want to go? You know what? We're going to scooch in a bit. Watch your feet. Thank you. And I'm going to... There we go. Can I talk like this, perhaps? Yes, I can. So, Jimmy Dore fans, if you apologize me scratching the kitty as I talk, Jimmy Dore fans are probably the most uninformed people. Do you want to jump down or lay down? You want to sit down? Okay. Whenever I touch the butt, he just stands up again. You can't touch the butt. Look here. Look. He's sitting down right now. If I start scratching, oh, there comes the butt. Every goddamn time. Every goddamn time. And this little dude wants you to scratch inside the ear. Inside the ear. Look. Oh, you can't see. There we go. I am scratching with my knuckle because I find it's disgusting. My girlfriend, she scratches with her thumb. She doesn't mind. She doesn't care. He's weird. He's really weird. Okay, third time's the charm. Or maybe fourth. I don't know. Jimmy Dore fans are probably the most uninformed people on this planet in regards to politics. They constantly and continuously bring up Medicare for all. Force the vote for Medicare for all. Constantly. It's the only thing they can talk about because it's the only thing they have. It's the only card they know how to play. It's one card There are other cards in the deck. There are other ways of making progress. There are other ways of making political change. Yes, Bernie Sanders, as I have discussed today, endlessly, is not the gold standard. He is not the beacon of hope on the hill. He never claimed to be. He was just a very, 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 very progressive person back in the 70s when he became mayor, and back in the 60s when he marched with Martin Luther King. He was just a very progressive person who got into politics and succeeded, and has succeeded since. And these people who came into the game yesterday think they know better than Bernie Sanders? They think they know better about American politics, about American progressive politics, how to get things done in American politics than Bernie fucking Sanders. Cornel West, for all the issues you might have with him regarding his politics, set that aside, is an amazing organizer. He's an amazing activist. He is not a politician. It is easy to be an activist. You just have to have the right opinions and be able to speak eloquently about those opinions, you know? That's all you really have to do to be a good advocate for something, you know? He's not a politician. He doesn't know the political game. He doesn't understand, and clearly, since he's now this year running third party, bruh, the entire democratic system is in the balance, and you want to play chicken? No answer. Damn it. You want to play chicken with democracy? Is that your... That is your... That is what you're doing, West. And the Dore fans, because they are so uninformed, don't understand, because Jimmy Dore never tells them, or the gray zone never tells them, that Republicans want to remove your right to vote. They are looking at Hungary. They are looking at Russia for their inspiration, let's call it. Now, if you think Russia or Hungary is in any way nearly democratic at all, you're dangerous. You're fascist. Speaking of fascism, you're not fascist for thinking that. But you are retarded, that's for sure. But speaking of fascism, did I close that or did I? Nope. Where? There it is. Of course. Speaking of fascism, Biden is a fascist. Biden is a fascist. Joe Biden is a fascist. Joe Biden is a fascist. Biden is a fascist. Does it really not sound a tad unusual for that? Your TV says every candidate except Biden is a fascist working for Putin. He is. I'm not saying Cornel West is a fascist. I'm saying everyone in the Republican Party is currently at least proto-fascist. At least. Joe Biden is fascist. Like it's nonstop. Biden is a fascist. It is. I want all of these people of course. Of course. So I invited the other person I'm beefing with here. I'm not sure that would really boost your engagement. Not so much for mine. I'm not doing this for engagement. Clearly, I'm not doing this for engagement. Oh, okay. Can you hear that? Maybe when I talk, you can hear it. It's a scratch pull. That's what we're both reacting to. It sounded weird at first. It sounded like plastic. These cats, I don't know. It's not about engagement. It's about productivity and... Oh, bye-bye. There he goes. And it's about not about productivity. It's about it being a better platform than Twitter to engage in these types of questions. There we go. So I don't think we're gonna get a debate, by the way. So I don't understand, or I do understand why, but I don't understand how anyone can come to the conclusion without being brain dead, retarded, brainworms, whatever you want to call it. Without that, I don't see how you can get to the conclusion that Biden is a fascist. Now, the reason they're saying this, the reason they are harping on about this, and why did it become bigger? It might have become bigger. Latest, how often? So the last 24 hours seems to have really garnered some attention to this. Now, the reason for this is partially because of no internal democratic process inside the DNC, which I agree is completely idiotic, stupid, shouldn't happen. I don't know. Sure. That is, you know what? I'm putting the foot down. That is kind of fascist. I agree. Okay, sure. Internally, the Democratic Party is kind of fascist. Because all corporations are kind of fascist internally. It's kind of their MO. It is my corporation, and you just have to listen. You know, stuff like that. But in the last 24 hours, The Proud Boys leader, Enrique Tarrio, sentenced to 22 years in prison, people. 22 fucking years in prison. You love to see it. You love to see it. And people are freaking out over this. People are rampaging in the streets. They are rioting. They are, I don't know, they're doing a lot of things. Who cares? It's Enrico Tarrio. But they think it's just free speech, people. He wasn't even at the January 6th insurrection attempt. Sorry, riot, demonstration. Peaceful process. Peaceful. It's called process? Not processing things, but walking in a line. I think that's called a process. Process definition. I think I'm right here. Series of actions, summons, performing a series of mechanical or chemical operations. That is not the word I'm looking for. The definition. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, whatever. Peacefully, not process. Oh God, peacefully walking, parading. That's a word. They're peacefully parading through the Capitol. Okay, it wasn't an insurrection. They weren't chanting "Hang Mike Pence." They weren't carrying weapons. They weren't smashing windows. They weren't killing police officers. They were peacefully parading through the Capitol, apparently. Okay? Just keep that in mind. So they think that because they were peacefully parading and Enrico Tarrio wasn't there, well, he wasn't there, so I shouldn't use finger quotes there, he can't be prosecuted for this. Hitler never, to my knowledge, killed anyone outside of war. He was in World War I after all, as a soldier, maybe an officer. I don't know. I don't see why that would exonerate him. He gave the orders. So if you're, let's just hypothetically, you're the head of a cult, okay, that lives on a ranch in Los Angeles. And you've recorded some songs with the Beach Boys. Guns N' Roses later goes on to cover one of your songs even. Now, there's nothing illegal about that yet, right? But then, cult members, a lot of cult members even, go on to do criminal things. That's strange. It seems to be a nexus around a certain person within this. Petty crimes, it's nothing, it's not really a thing yet. You know, oh, they're selling some drugs here. They're doing some drugs there. They're hippies, you know. So far, sure. Nobody will put away a leader of a gang that does petty crimes, you know. But then one of those guys, or not one of them, multiple of them, murder people. Murder a very famous person even. A movie star. Now the tentacles of the legal system, they're there. They care. And that's the important thing. A life was taken, so they cared. So they arrested the people involved, including the leader who wasn't there. Because he's the fucking leader. Why did they do this? Because their leader told them. Helter skelter. All these the fact that you're not, I use my money to order a hit job on someone. I didn't murder anyone. Did I? Of course I did. Without my money, that person would still be alive. Without Enrico Tarrio, someone else would have been there, of course. Gavin McInnes, he should pray to his lucky star right now. What about Enrico Tarrio? Someone else will be there. Sure. But the people who rioted chose Enrico Tarrio, and he accepted. And Enrico Tarrio planned an insurrection, for crying out loud. Enrique Tarrio plans for January 6th. Let's actually, do you know what? Why don't we just read this article? It should tell us why he's being, or, you know what? I see there's a video, actually. It's not an image, it's a video. Why don't we look at the video? Maybe it's just text on ads. I hate ads. Yeah. 22. What happens if I do this? Because I have ad blocker. It's the same. Okay, you know what? Can I 26, 24, whatever. So the way I remember it, why he's being, and probably, because I haven't read it, probably why he's sentenced to 22 years in prison is because...
Stands out in the crowd.
Yes. It's not just text. Just let me finish. The way I remember it is that he was arrested the day before, I think, with a treasure trove of guns. And Enrique Tarrio arrested with weapons? Here. Enrico Tarrio, leader of right-wing Proud Boys, arrested ahead of rallies. He was charged with destruction of property related to his role in burning a Black Lives Matter banner and a firearms offense. The leader of Proud Boys, the violent far-right group, was arrested in Washington, D.C. and charged with destruction of property. Wait, is this just for the BLM thing? Which I read today even. He took the fall for that because they wouldn't be able to pin him with a hate crime for it. Because he's black. He's not white. He might look a bit white. He might be a bit white passing. But he's not white. DC police said Tarrio... What date was this? January 5th. So on January 4th, he was arrested. The property destruction card. DC police said Tarrio had also been charged with possession of 2 high-capacity ammunition magazines, which were with him when he was arrested. The District of Columbia, DC, where Congress is. District of Columbia, which has some of the strictest firearms laws in the nation, bans the possession of firearm magazines that hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition. Less than 3 weeks before Biden will be sworn in as president, Trump has been encouraging supporters to continue protests, blah, blah, blah. National Park Service said experts monitor the U.S. Capitol as mobilized, blah, blah. The U.S. Capitol has mobilized the National Guard ahead of the planned protests. What? Mayor Muriel Bowser. I love that name. By the way, no. I you know what? Correct profession you've chosen, my man. I salute you. Correct profession for someone with that last name. Requested a limited national... By the way, can you imagine growing up as a Bowser with Nintendo and Super Mario and all that? The endless... either you're either endlessly bullied or you're endlessly cool. It's either you lean into it or you don't, you know? Have you ever... I have to look up. Mayor Muriel Bowser in Bowser costume. She has a Twitter. Come on, did you see... Tell me. From Super Mario Bros. Mario. What a missed opportunity. She should have gone to the Super Mario Bros. Movie dressed as Bowser. Hello? Does nobody understand modern social media? Your name is fucking Bowser. Just lean into it. Just have fun with it. God, these people are boring. Bolster Metropolitan Police Department and has asked local area residents to stay away from downtown DC. I wonder what happened with those. Trump was asked to condemn the Proud Boys and stand back and stand by, famously. But okay, so he was in possession of high capacity firearms. I think there's a bug in the living room. I think that's what one of the cats are meowing about at the moment. Because he's hunting, it looks like. Oh, well. So, now, finally, the ad is over. Let's listen to this 2.5 minute long video. Conspiracy. Seditious conspiracy. That's what you're missing.
Dominic Pezzola stands out in the crowd of thousands on January 6, 2021, because he was the first to break into the United States Capitol, smashing a window and letting a mob flow in, prosecutors allege. Pezzola and 4 other Proud Boys are on trial accused of seditious conspiracy and up to 10 charges linked to them allegedly trying to stop the peaceful transfer of presidential power. Proud Boy Joe...
Was Enrico there? I remember him being in arrest at the time.
Joseph Biggs, shown here outside the Capitol, prosecutors say helped lead the group to create chaos.
Wait. It's wrong. Enrique Torrio Jan 6. Presence? Nope. I can't tell if these images are from Jan 6 or some other place. I mean, it's why don't we Enrico Torrio. There we go. We do this and then we do that and we do time. No. Okay, tools, anytime, custom range, thank you. 121. And then we go images. Can we? No? So it just reverts back to whatever. 1/6/21. Oh, from. That's the wrong. Nope. Let's do 2, actually. Right, I forgot that. He's a prolific informant. Oh, I remember that. Oh, he's a Fed. He's a fucking Fed. Okay, now we're too far into the future. So let's just go 1/8. He's Cuban. That's right. He's not. Hey, Tommy Liu. He wasn't present. Okay. So why did didn't she say he was present? Didn't she say he smashed the windows, or did I mishear that?
Dominic Pezzola stands out in the crowd of thousands.
Why did I think it was Tario?
On January 6, 2021, because he
stupid,
was the first to break into the United States Capitol, smashing a window and letting a mob flow in, prosecutors allege. Pezzola and 4 other Proud Boys are on trial accused of seditious conspiracy, and up to 10 charges linked to them allegedly trying to stop the peaceful transfer of presidential power. Proud Boy Joseph Biggs, shown here outside the Capitol, prosecutors say helped lead.
Tari couldn't go near Capitol with previous action. He was already banned. Yeah, okay. So because of him possessing the high capacity magazines, he was banned from the Capitol. Got it. As I remembered, but I just misheard.
The group to create chaos that day, having tweeted when the presidential election was called for Joe Biden over Donald Trump, "This is war." And after he and other members got into the Capitol, prosecutors say he filmed himself saying, "So we just stormed the effing Capitol, took the effing place back. That was so much fun."
Tario, not these guys. At the moment, I don't really care about them. That's not Enrique. That's not Enrique. Is that Enrique? That was Enrique. Okay, here we go.
Zachary Real, another president of a local.
I just subbed, by the way. We can always use more lefty channels. Thank you, Liu. Thank you.
Proud Boys chapter
I always
in
appreciate a new
Philadelphia.
sub.
Proud Boys!
And the most well-known of the Proud Boys, former national chairman Enrique Tarrio. Prosecutors say he helped plan the whole thing from late December on, even creating a new Proud Boy group just for January.
So he's arrested for using speech? Oh my God! 22 years just for speaking? How is this possible?
January 6th, called
fascism, I call
the Ministry of Self-Defense. But since then, did you help plan the Capitol attack on January 6th? Were you involved with the Proud Boys in planning what happened?
Absolutely not.
He's the fucking leader. What? Absolutely not. Of course you were. Stop lying.
Tarrio is the only Proud Boy charged in the case who was not physically in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. But during and after the breach, prosecutors say Tarrio made clear what the aim was in his social media messages, which I read to him for his response in February. Proud of my boys and my country.
Lol.
Don't leave.
Yes.
The day after the siege, you posted, "I'm with you, we're all with you, you make this country great, never stop fighting." That sure sounds like you were condoning everything that happened.
No. He meant peacefully, of course. Yeah, he's the leader, which begs the question, how does a person of color Cuban end up leading freedom pro? Simple. Racism isn't internally consistent. It's more feelings based, and there's always the good ones, you know? And there was a splinter group after January 6th, I believe. Let me do this so I don't reveal unnecessary details. Proud Boys splinter group. Yep. Proud Boys splintering after Capitol riot. Revelations about leader. Will more radical factions emerge? The Proud Boys are having a rough time. The self-described Western chauvinist drinking club has been a refuge for white supremacists, blah, blah. Insurrection is capital last month. The group is in some disarray as state chapters disavow the group's chairman and leader, bicker in public and in private about what direction the Proud Boys in. So essentially, what they're doing is going. Oh wait, wasn't there a message about that? I think there was a message that said we elected him as cover. He's not the real leader. He's just a figurehead. Like stuff like that. They really don't like him internally. They just used him because he's not white. It gives them cover. But I thought the right was the side of facts over feelings. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wasn't there a there's a famous I know you're joking there, but I can see the smile. I'm just there was a famous Reddit post, or maybe it was on the Donald even, that went, I don't know how we can call ourselves, or something like that, facts over feelings people. The left the left has co-opted. The left has co-opted facts over feelings. Nope. No, never mind. There was a post about that at least, and so the right are waking up to the fact that it's not really facts based, and you can see that when you look at at Fox News. You can see that when you look at just go on Twitter and you'll see the feelings are quite rampant.
That day.
I'm not going to tell you that I condone the violence that happened.
Wait. Oh my God, dude. Fix your teeth, man. What is this snaggletooth right here?
Happened.
But this was
this
was long after the breach.
I don't think that people should stop fighting. I was in support of the reason why people breached the Capitol, yes.
Sarah Seidner, CNN.
Why stupid newsrooms? I don't want to own Quick. I have a Quick kitchen, but I don't own it. So yeah, he is going away for a long time because he helped plan the insurrection. I can almost guarantee that he was the person, or was among the people was it Marjorie Taylor Greene? That walked around the Capitol the day prior or something, or the days prior. Walk around Capitol ahead of a riot, despite there being a ban on it. Capitol tours prior to Jan 6. So if Dore deserved 22 years, how long does Trump deserve? Trump? It's a tricky question for the simple fact that... Nah, fuck it. It's not a tricky question. I'm like, Trump is too stupid to play. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's the person they rioted for. You know? That has to count for something. He's the person they wanted to install, and he wanted to be installed. Even if he didn't approve of it, even if he didn't knowingly plan anything himself, even by all that, he knew about it, he condoned it, and he wanted to be a part of it. He's reportedly fought the driver from where his speech was, because the driver wanted to take him back to the White House. And he's like, no, I'm going to the Capitol. I'm with my people. I want to riot too. Imagine if he had been there. Oh, how much I would have given to that. He's like, these are my people. Let them carry guns. I don't care. So no, fuck him. He deserves life. He deserves multiple life sentences. He deserves... If we're going to have capital punishment, go ahead. Stand back and stand by. Yep. Let's see here. On the eve of riot. So maybe Tario wasn't there. But there was most likely Proud Boys present. Can I just see the... It's just talking? There we go. It's very strange that you're touring and photographing these halls. What's the point? Can I enlarge somehow? There we go. What's the point of photographing this? There's nothing interesting happening. It's just a corridor. And they're like, oh my God. Is that Joe Manchin's plaque? Oh my God. Speaking of fascism, by the way. I'm not saying that she condoned January 6th. I'm saying she wishes they would have been better. It is remarkable that this person isn't in front of a judge themselves. It is amazing that they have scathed by all this time. No. When MTG up for re-election again? Oh, let's look at that. MTG election. Last year. Last motherfucking year. Georgia's 14th. She got... Oh, Republican versus Republican. Can I get a... 2012. Republican versus Democrat. Oh boy, that was a... Oh boy. I can understand why Democrats do not run in this district. Oh boy. Look at that. Incumbent, nobody cares. Again, barely scratching the surface. Oh! We're seeing movement, people. We're above 35, almost at 35%. Yes! She still got 66% of the fucking votes in 2022. Can I get a next election? Next election, MTG. Ballotopedia, okay. 2024, who is Democratic primary? Bart Bryant. There's not even an image. The primary will occur on May 21st, 2024. The general election will occur on November 5th, 2024. Additional general election candidate will be added following the primary. Why is there already two Democrats in the primary when there hasn't even been or in the general, I mean, when there hasn't even been a primary yet. Whatever. 2024. November 5th, 2024. Let's... Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers for American democracy at that moment. Holy shit. I won't be able to sleep that day. I'll absolutely be having a vigil, perhaps even. It's not entirely out of the question that there will be a vigil following the next election. Let's hope there isn't. Let's hope there isn't. Ooh. Why are people this stupid? To engage in equal engagement. Yes, but it's not the same thing. Engagement here refers to engagements here, to impressions, to other people's engagement, not my engagement. Now, fuck it, he doesn't deserve it. I need to get better at not responding to the most idiotic things on Twitter, even though it can be fun, but I have to get better. So how will American democracy be murdered following the next election? Possibly, at least. Possibly. At least if Republicans get their way. There's a new project. There's a new project called Project 2025 from the Heritage Foundation. But it's pretty much sanctioned by everyone, it seems. There's an endorsement list, an advisory board. Just look at this advisory board. I mean, I don't know that much about Frederick. Was it Douglass? Yeah, Frederick Douglass. I don't know that much about him. I have a sneaking suspicion that he wouldn't be okay with Republicans fucking with voting rights for minorities. I have a sneaking suspicion of that. I haven't been able to confirm it, though, to be fair. But the right seem to love Frederick Douglass. I don't know. I don't understand why. But anyway, you can see here, there is every possible foundation that the Republicans are involved with is involved in this project. So what is the project, you ask? I can hear your thoughts, like, get to the damn point, you fucking Swede. Why don't we go to the Guardian? It's a month old, apparently, this article. Okay. Project 2025 plans to dismiss. I just heard about this yesterday. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. Trump has always said he wants to do that. I'm missing what that is at the moment. Right-wing groups penned a conservative wish list of proposals for the next conservative president to gut environmental protection. That's not all it does. That's not all. Heritage Foundation. Right. Of course. I'm talking to you, Tommy, by the way, when I said that. Conservative groups draw a plan to dismantle the U.S. government and place it with Trump's. There we go. That's the correct headline. What Guardian? What the fuck is this? Environmental protections? Please. It's so much bigger. With more than a year to go before 2024 election, a constellation of conservative organizations is preparing for a possible second White House term for Donald Trump. Yeah, if any Republicans have a chance even, it is Trump. If Democrats manage, it would be so sweet. If they manage to ban Trump from the ballots for president or for for national office in general. Mwah. So sweet. So sweet. Because it would remove Republicans from the ballot entirely, pretty much. It wouldn't be... Then we might actually be able to do a third-party run. If Democrats successfully dismantle Republicans, because the only way they survive is if they win, and the only way they win is with Trump. If they manage to do that, next election is gonna be sweet. Do you think has the best chance in the general election? It is Trump. It's Trump. It's Trump. There's nobody else but Trump. Because if for some magical reason 538 polling Republican. Here we go. Anyone like DeSantis, he has no chance at all. He can't win over independents. He is a black hole when it comes to charisma. Ramaswamy, he's not even running for president. He's gunning for vice president at the moment. Haley, Pence, please. The thing is, Trump has 52% of Republicans. That is 15%. Isn't it? 15% of the entire population that he has in his pocket. Well, maybe it's 43% that he has in his pocket. But still, these people are not going to vote for anyone but Trump. Period. Who the fuck is Bergram? Was he on the debate stage? This is the goofiest motherfucker I've ever seen. Is he a person? Is this a clone? Did someone clone RFK? Oh, sorry, JFK, and got some parameters wrong, perhaps? The channels like sexual targeting the Young Turks, etc. I am missing entire... Okay, Tommy, you're a new subscriber here, so I forgive you. I have massive ADHD. I don't remember what I said 5 seconds ago. Which is why I might repeat myself. Because I don't remember what I said 5 seconds ago. Which is why I might repeat myself. Because I don't remember what I said 5 seconds ago. Which is why I might repeat myself sometimes. Okay, well, I'm going to stop a bit. So you have to give me some context here, guy. Come on. So yeah, if they dismantle the Republican Party, this whole thing, it's a moot point. It's moot. Lots of lefty channels tell me Trump has the worst chance in the general. Really? No. Trump's... Okay, wait. Just to be clear, Trump probably has a worse chance with independent voters. The issue is that without the Republican base voting for you, what's the fucking point? Even if you get 10%, or sorry, not 10%, even if you get half, even if you get half of independents, you're not going to win because you're not Trump, so you won't get the Trump base, most likely. General election chances. So you're saying that Trump will do the best out of all the Republican candidates because Trump will lose all independent. I'm not saying he will lose all independents. I'm saying he won't win as much as, say, Pence. I think, okay, fair enough. Pence. Even Mitt Romney, actually. Pence and Romney. If Romney went up against Biden, I think Romney would have had a massively good chance against Biden today. Thanks to Trump. Prior to Trump, I think Biden would still have won. But thanks to Trump, I think Romney would have had a good chance if he ran today. Same with Pence, because with independents again, maybe even Democrats actually today. With Republicans, it's impossible for Pence. So I'm not saying that Trump would. He did. It's a relative. Go back to Germany, 1930s Germany. You have Hitler or Trump. I'm going to choose Trump. Post-Hitler. Trump is still looking good compared to Hitler. Because he hasn't done all those things yet, you know? He wants to do them, but compared to Hitler, he hasn't done them. Ergo, he's better. Ergo, he has a better chance than prior to Hitler, I guess, is what I'm saying. Donald Trump is facing 2 indictments with the potential for more. Political wisdom may have once suggested the former president's bid for a second White House term would be nothing but a pipe dream, but most of us know better now. Trump is not only a historical strong position for a non-incumbent to win the Republican nomination, but he's in a better position to win the general election than at any point during the 2020 cycle and almost at any point during the 2016 cycle. Whoa, really? This is actually worse than I assumed, if we are to trust CNN politics. No one in Trump's current polling position in the modern era has lost an open presidential primary that didn't feature an incumbent. He's polling in more than 50% of support in the national primary polls. Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Oh, this is the... I want to see the general election. National 2024. You can see it's Trump +1, +1, +4, +1 to Biden, +4 to Biden, +3 to Biden, +3 to Biden, +4 to Trump, +5 to Trump, +2 to Trump, +1 to Biden, +6 to Trump. And that's Reuters. Are they more conservative leaning? I don't know. Maybe. But it doesn't look like a cakewalk against Trump, you know? National polls, the 3 prior candidates in an open primary were pulling in more than half the vote in primary surveys. In the second half of the calendar year before blah, 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 today, Trump's closest primary competitor fallen below 20%. It looks back, blah, blah, Obama didn't nearly, blah, 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 blah. I'm just saying blah, 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 because I'm not reading all that. Whatever. Okay, we're talking about Project 2025, people. Please, focus. Dismantle the federal government and replace it with a vision closer to his own, led by the long-established Heritage Foundation think tank and fueled by former Trump administration officials. The far-reaching effort is essentially a government in waiting for the former president's return. Yeah, they are recruiting people. I think 50,000 people is the goal to recruit. I mean, it's just, oof. Okay, no. I think they want to recruit 50,000 people ahead of the election. And once the election and Trump has won, he's going to do an executive order he was not banned from using, but advised not to implement last time, which is to make all federal employees at-will employees, meaning he can just fire them like that whenever he wants. and install his own people instead. What that would do for democracy is probably, without exaggeration, actually, the worse, even, not the worst, worse than the Confederacy? Because essentially what this would mean, having 50,000 sycophants to you that agree with everything you want to do and everything you want to accomplish, even if they don't know they agree with it, you saying it means they would agree with it. You saying it means they will change their mind in accordance with your opinions. Period. Having 50,000 of those people running the government, that wouldn't be good. That would, honestly, this is parts of checks and balances here. That would mean that the independent checks that happens through bureaucracy by people who don't agree with you because they're like, this sounds fishy and I don't like that guy. So I'm going to look to see if this is fishy and put a stop to it if I can. Stuff like that, gone. Completely gone. He would have total control of the government with this project. He has already total control if he wants to. I'm sure if Trump becomes president, he's gonna the Supreme Court, they're not gonna put a stop to anything he wants. Why would they? They agree with him. The only reason they've, I don't want to say tacitly, but bureaucratically struck down some Republican things is because they're like, oh, we need a better reasoning for this. Seriously, they're asking for better legal standing. They agree with what they want to achieve. They just want better legal standing. Supreme Court asks for a better reasoning. News. Can I get news here? Thank you. Never mind. I don't want to. I don't want to sit here just scroll, try to find it. You wouldn't need to take up arms. There is not a single American at this point in time that shouldn't own at least a handgun. I mean, if you're mentally unstable, you don't trust yourself around handguns, don't own it, of course. But if you trust yourself enough that you think you're not going to commit self-harm with it, or you're not going to be mishandling it to the point where a small child might pick it up, stuff like that. You too? Give me a moment. Oh my God. The cat puked on the cover. Puked on the cover. too much. Sorry. There we go. I was gonna put on the washer, but I realized my girlfriend's gonna be mad probably if I do that, and if I make a mistake, the wrong program, the wrong conditioner, the wrong whatever, So I'm just leaving it there for her. She whatever. She's better at that than I am. But, oh God, I hate myself. Now both cats have puked. What the fuck is wrong with them? There's something in the food, probably. Where was I? I was ranting about something. I was ranting about Project 75, dismantling the government, stalling his own, checks and balances, all removed. Take up arms. There we go. Yes, all Americans at this point should own arms, unless you're afraid you won't be able to handle it correctly. Don't do it. But if you think you're safe, if you think you're not gonna self-harm, own a fucking gun at least, please. Update your passport. If you can afford it, stash away some cash, hard cash, for emergencies. Like, oh shit, it is 1938. 1930 when first book burning. When was that? March 33. 38. March. It is March 1933. Germany. You have some cash stashed away. You go and use it, and you flee to a better country. Okay, you go do that. At the moment, we're maybe in December of 1932. Maybe. So you have a few months to prepare at least. I wouldn't recommend. Would I recommend Canada? What country would you be able to flee to easily? Because the country has to recognize it as an issue as well, doesn't they? Don't they? What country would recognize that quickly? I don't think Sweden would do that, actually. It is possible, but I don't think we would. Anyway, go somewhere, try your luck. It is better than the alternative, being stuck there when shit goes down and the gas chambers are open up. So we were reading here, okay. Led by the long-established Heritage Foundation, fueled by former Trump administration officials for far-reaching efforts, is essentially a government in waiting for the former president's return. That's where we were. Or any candidate who aligns with their ideals and can defeat President Joe Biden in 2024. Again, it's for Trump, period. I think any, and when I say any, I mean literally any Republican would happily place themselves as the dictator in charge, They would happily install themselves in that position. The reason they haven't previously is because they probably assumed it wasn't possible, I guess. Like the institutions were too strong, but Trump showed them, no, they're not. No, they're not actually. But this is for Trump, period. It's not for anyone else. Don't kid yourself. With a nearly 1,000 pages, Oh, right. Apply now, by the way. 401. What is a 401 code? You might ask. What is a 401 code? Unauthorized. This is behind an administrative wall. The fucking idiots. Playbook. Here we go. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise. It is so big. It is over 800 pages. So it's so large that with my speeds, internet speed testing, what is happening here? Download? I don't. Okay, go. Strange font that I didn't really recognize. And why aren't you? No. Fuck you. I don't care about that. With my download speeds, it still took a long time. Oh, sorry, 920 pages even, but that's including the... Like, you can scroll and 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 scroll. I found this yesterday. I'm like, oh, that could be interesting to read, see what they think, what they want to do. But I'm not reading 900 fucking pages. No way I'm doing that shit. With nearly 1,000 page Project 2025 handbook and an army of Americans, the idea is to have the civic infrastructure in place on day one to commandeer, reshape, and do away with what Republicans deride as the deep state bureaucracy, in part by firing as many as 50,000 federal employees. We need to flood the zone with conservatives, said Paul Dance, director of 2025 Presidential Transition Project and a former Trump administration official who speaks with historical flourish about the undertaking. This is a clarion call. A clarion call, really? Clarion call? What is a clarion call? Right. With these speeds, it still took a long time. A strongly expressed demand. Okay. To come to Washington. People need to lay down their tools and step aside from their professional life and say, this is my lifetime moment to serve. What a dork. What a fucking dork. The unprecedented effort is being orchestrated with dozens of right flank organizations. What is a right flank organization? Like they're on the fringes of the right wing? Radical flank? Yeah, okay. Many new to Washington and represents a changed approach from conservatives who traditionally have sought to limit the federal government by cutting federal taxes and slashing federal spending. Instead, Trump-era conservatives want to gut the administrative state from within by ousting federal employees they believe are standing in the way of the president's agenda and replacing them with like-minded officials more eager to fulfill a new executive approach to governing. You're not going to puke on me? Okay. The goal is to avoid the pitfalls of Trump's first year in office when the Republican president's team was ill-prepared. His cabinet nominees had trouble winning Senate confirmations, and policies were met with resistance by lawmakers, government workers, and even Trump's own appointees, who refused to bend or break protocol or in some cases, violate laws to achieve his goals. He wants them to bend the rules. He wants them to break the laws. Who was it that he appointed? He said, if I knew he would not disavow, if I knew he would remove himself from the case, whatever, I wouldn't have appointed him. Sessions. Right. So everyone in this 50,000 strong army is going to be informed to do whatever Trump wants them to. No, not Will Barr. Sessions. While many of the Project 2025 proposals are inspired by Trump, they are being echoed by GOP rivals Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy, and are gaining prominence among other Republicans. And if Trump wins a second term, the work from the Heritage Coalition ensures the president will have the personnel to carry forward his unfinished White House business. So essentially, this is just a grab of U.S. federal government. They will, if they win, and they might, they will dismantle everything that democracy relies on to function. Everything. Doesn't matter. And the fact that morons like Jimmy Dore can't see that tells you something, right? It should inform you about something. So now we've laid the groundworks for why Jimmy Dore and his sycophants are such fucking morons. Seriously. So I say on Twitter, what an amazing way to engage. Just say, I say this. Stop with force to vote. It's over. It's been over for years, but you guys never stop talking about it. Play some new tunes. I want to hear Chinese democracy for once. What would a floor vote for M4A have accomplished exactly that we don't already have? So this guy responds, I understand why you'd love us to stop talking about the straight up betrayal by Bernie and the fraud squad. That's how you know they're Dore fans. But luckily, Dems don't have their own private censorship brigade on this side any longer. They never had? What are you talking about? But these are Dore fans. They are Muscovites, actually, even. And I reply to him, what an amazing way to engage. Just say nothing and act like it's a trump card. Pun intended. You said nothing of value. Your existence is meaningless. And this guy replies, you have healthcare, don't you? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But if I even have universal healthcare. But if the choice stands between democracy and not democracy, it is pretty clear which choice you should take. You first dismantle the Republican Party, then you run a third party against the Democrats when Republicans aren't even a question anymore. And that third party is going to run on one single, or two issues maybe, perhaps even, on two issues. Ranked choice voting and universal healthcare. Those are the two issues that they need to run on and that they should only focus on pretty much. Everything else is second to that. Ooh, that's you. So, something just hit me. Because I got this here. But if you look here, I don't see it. Am I not getting my notifications while I stream? Is this possible? Hey, Tommy Liu, thank you for the Twitter follow. No, wrong, wrong, wrong. Cancel, return to application. I am so wrong. There we go. That's better. See, why is it? There, now I got the notification in the OBS location. Okay. Now we can actually. Nope. Do this. Okay. So we've laid the groundworks for Jimmy Dore. We've explained why democracy as we know it, as we understand it, as we maybe not want it, but prefer it over not having it, you know? It's in the... I swore I heard a cat meowing. Is in the balance. It is up in the air. If in 2 years' time, let's make that 5 years' time, you will have re-elections. No, actually, I'll make that 3 years' time. If you'll have re-elections in America. Now, I don't live in America, but my mom's American. I have family in America. I like America in general, you know, people-wise. I like American movies even, you know? I like American music. I like YouTube. And YouTube and Twitter, actually, are very American in culture. Or at least the channels and the people I follow on Twitter are. Now, it would still suck for me, personally, if America weren't a democracy anymore. Why? Because everything that happens in America is downstream to us, or is upstream to us here in Europe. Everything. Sushi was introduced in America. 10 years later, got it in Sweden. Like we have a multiple of these examples of running back and forth. Something happens in America, Sweden gets it. You know, we are downstream from American culture, unfortunately. And if democracy is dismantled in America, well, we're downstream from that. That's going to affect us, and we're going to see a big, big push towards anti-democracy in Europe. We're already seeing it. We're going to see a big, big push here, if that happens. Let's hope it doesn't. Let's listen now to Jimmy Dore and see where Bernie has gone full-blown Trump derangement syndrome.
Let's talk about Bernie Sanders, because Bernie Sanders...
Okay. Who the fuck is this guy? Craig Jardula? Craig Jardula? I've never heard of such a name, but Craig Jardula. He doesn't even have a Twitter. Oh my. There it is. Election integrity expert. An independent media talk show that discusses, analyzes, and the destruction of mainstream media narratives. Oh my God, what is this LARPer? Should I just start LARPing with my military gear? Could you excuse me for a second? Just excuse me. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I promise. I'm just gonna have this like so. almost done, guys. I'm almost done. It's actually... I'm gonna... Give me more time. Just... If I was a tanky, this is how I would stream every goddamn day. Every day. And I'd... These are not high enough for me anymore. I am above that grade. Sarge. Can I get the rank? Isn't it a bend? I haven't been in the military for a long insignia. So here are the new ones. NATO. Why don't we go to NATO as well? While we're at it, just to be perfectly accurate here. Images. Oh my God. Canadian. Naval, really? Naval. Army. Can I just get an army? Oh my God. Or whatever. Sure. Why not? Here. I should. Let's go to America. I should have 3. Oh. There we go. I should have 3 bends here right now for my current rank. This is corporal, old Swedish corporal insignia, but I'm a sergeant now because that's what happened. I look like a French tank. I kind of look like a French tanky. You're not wrong. Maybe if I do this instead. Let's see here. How did I had a technique when I was in the army. This is not right. It's maybe right. It's a little weird, perhaps. I need to wetten it to make it real. It should fold down like slick here. So this looks better. Than it is. Can I just get a... There we go. This is what I... open image. There we go. Here, like you can see, it's the same color, you know? Now it looks more Swedish, really? Because this is the color for everyone who is... what are the Swedish colors? I don't remember them anymore. But this is pretty much just stab. I don't know what the English word exactly is for it. I also have name tags that I'm not going to show you. But I was... oh, right. I don't have auto zoom. There we go. Like That's for the anti-air defense. And then, of course, it's the other way around here for some goddamn reason. I was in the National Guards for the first of its kind, in Sweden at least. Let's see, there we go. And up. I'm going to remove this. I don't want to. I'm not a tanky. I don't want to LARP, you know. But I don't mind the sweater, actually. It's kind of nice at the moment. It's warm. But yeah, so the this blue. Oh, right, that was on. Here we go. Sweden. Can we get this in English, by the way? Yes, we can. Can we get Sweden? No, we can't. Okay. So in Sweden, we have dark brown. This is apparently dark brown because that's the National Guard. While this is not the National Guard. This is the SAS. This is the British Special Forces. So I have the same color as the Special Forces. We have... where's the dark blue? Oh, right. Okay. So this is just the generic color. Because we have wine red, which is paratroopers. We have dark brown. That's the one I showed you earlier, the National Guard. Dark green, which is for same as America. What's it called? Green Beret. It's literally called Green Berets. Then we have the UN blue, the light blue colors. The middle blue, which is apparently somewhere between this and the UN colors, which is for the chopper fleet. They apparently have their own colors. Oh, no, this is the Commando green. Okay, sorry. The Green Berets. Here they are. Amphibia and Coastal Guard. These are cavalry. We have... No, what are they called? Special operations units, apparently. Red, so not wine red, but just red, is for musicians. Yellow for EU monitors. I have no idea what they do. The blacks are just... they are the guards. Wait, no, this is khaki. Do we have two different? These and these? Khaki and dark brown? Okay, this is khaki. I thought so. I'm like, this is apparently dark brown. No, this is khaki. Apparently, the National Guard has two different. Okay. Sand colored is for foreign legions, or not foreign legions, for people doing service abroad. And then more green for more special forces. And Swedish special forces are actually quite good. We weren't supposed to talk about this. Anyway, if I was a tanky, I would care more about that kind of idiotic. Like, what is this? What is this beret? You have these. I see people walk with these outside. You don't. You never do unless you're mourning. Okay? Very important. Unless you're mourning, they shouldn't be out. Okay? Well, this is just LARPing. Whatever. We were going to watch this. And now I'm finally gonna do it. Take it away, Craig, apparently.
Let's talk about Bernie Sanders, because Bernie Sanders has kind of come out of his little hole. He appeared in New Hampshire over the week.
Come out of his little hole. They have so much contempt for him because he doesn't follow his or their brand of politics. Man, Tommy, I'm trying to do something here, okay? We haven't gotten 10 seconds past this video, and I've already gone on 2 tangents. You want me to go on a third? Sure. How do I feel about She on Head? Do you feel she's helping or hurting side of democracy? She's not doing either. She's trolling. She is... If you only think of her as a funny person, not serious, she's fine. If you start taking her seriously, she might be hurting democracy. She has been known to pal around with a lot of right-wing figures. But these days, if she had the same output, the same content output, the same drive, I guess, as she did in 2018, perhaps, 2019, 2020, even. But she held the positions she do today. Yeah, she'd be hurting democracy a lot more. But today she's I don't want to say irrelevant, because that's not what I mean, really. I would more like say she's not influential enough to make a difference. Okay, now
Weekend. And he had a lot to say. This is an interview.
Can I hear Chuck Todd's thoughts about it? I was about to ask.
You want to hear Chuck Todd's?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm glad I have it
It
ready
just
for you.
popped into my head that
Take a listen for this.
Welcome back. Back in April, Senator Bernie Sanders, who of course was Biden's chief rival in the 2020 Democratic primaries, ruled out a third presidential bid and endorsed Biden for re-election.
Good.
But on Saturday, Sanders was back in New Hampshire, one of those early presidential states where he won.
Imagine if he had run third party, and he had ensured. Now we know. Now we know how close the last election was. Trump-Biden election. Like, this is not that close. Thanks to Bernie not running third party, Biden was able to become the first ever democratically elected president in U.S. history, in my opinion. For something to be, for an election to be considered legitimate, UN election legitimacy participation rates. Whatever. I think that the UN has a threshold of like 70 or 80% of participation in elections for it to be considered democratically correct. Wait, 78 or 1788? What is anti-administration party? What a fucking the treasure trove of people running for president at that time. Everyone's like, I want to be the first one. And George Washington was the first one. Anyway. Where is it? 19. When was the Civil Rights Act? 64. Here we go. Lyndon B. Johnson. How many votes? Oh my God. I can't get the total votes, the total percentage of population. Voter turnout. That's the word I'm looking for. Total. and this is just to 2016, total participation in the US, it didn't even crack 50%. That's how bad it's been. It hasn't even cracked 50%. Biden was the first one to get elected with more than 60% of the votes. Trump wasn't the first to go over. No, sorry. Here we go. 60%. 1968. Oh, Nixon. Wasn't that the fuckery election, though? Nixon Agnew? Who the fuck is Agnew? Spyro Agnew? Oh, well. He is the first to be actually democratically elected since 68. In my opinion. Yeah, but I mean, is this post-Watergate? It is, right? Watergate. Richard Nixon. No, this was pre-Watergate. When was that? 72. 74, okay. But yeah, so since Nixon, apparently, Biden is the first, in my opinion, actually democratically elected president, thanks to Bernie stepping aside. And did I wish it was Bernie? Yeah. But I'm glad it was Biden over Trump.
Both the 2016 and 2020 primaries to share what he called his concrete agenda for the future of the Democratic Party at the New Hampshire Institute of Politics. Of course, when you go to New Hampshire, it sparks some speculation about his own political future.
Oh, Jesus.
It is no secret
What is
that
this?
I want Joe Biden to be reelected president.
Oh, my God.
If that is going to happen, if we are going to defeat creeping authoritarianism and right-wing extremism,
Yep.
there has got to be an ideological
pause?
change of course.
Okay. So Dore is there.
So
okay.
he's just full-blown Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah.
No.
He's no longer upset at the system.
I mean, we've just gone over all of this. All of it. All the ways in which Trump is trying to dismantle democracy and install himself as a dictator, possibly a president for life like Putin has, where Putin has elections, possibly.
System that made people desperate enough to vote for Donald Trump. He's acting like Donald Trump is the problem. Bernie Sanders is a...
No, he's not. No, he's not acting like Trump is the problem. He's acting like Trump is the manifestation of the problem at the moment. This is like you have cancer, okay? Let's take cancer as the example here. The cancer is ravaging through the body. And you can cut out the cancer. It might still reappear, but you can cut off the cancer and you can save the body for now. You can save the person's life. Maybe it reappears and you do something then. By saving the person's life, however, you give the person the ability, the possibility to change their circumstances. Maybe it's a chemical exposure or whatever. Change their circumstances to save their lives and to not have cancer creep up again in the future. It might. Even if you remove yourself from toxic exposures, it might still reappear. but you've taken steps against it. And the first step is to remove the fucking cancer.
A fraud and an enemy of America. And
Whoa,
that's
whoa,
not
whoa.
an
Did he
exact-
call-
that guy's a funders is to vote for Donald Trump. He's acting like Donald Trump is the problem. Bernie Sanders is a fraud and an enemy of America. Is the problem. Bernie Sanders is a fraud and an enemy of America.
I must mishear him. I have to mishear him here.
Trump is the problem. Bernie Sanders is a fraud and an enemy of America.
What? So on the one hand, he wants him to run third party. But on the other hand, the dude's an enemy of the people? I must have misheard him. I have to have
Is
misheard
the
him.
problem. Bernie Sanders is a fraud and an enemy of America. And
He really said that. Yes. Yes. Dore does not think Trump is a danger to America. Dore does not think Trump. Dore loves Trump, actually. Dore is rich. Dore is not only a misogynist. I don't have proof, but I'm thinking that he's more than that. Like I don't want to say racist, but maybe. What I do know is that Jimmy Dore wouldn't weep, wouldn't struggle, wouldn't care that much if Donald Trump was elected. He probably think it's a good thing. He's gonna dismantle the U.S. government? Oh, Charlie, that's a good thing, isn't it? That's who Dore is. Okay, you know, I'm not gonna say he's racist. I'm gonna say he is too stupid to understand the stakes. That is his issue.
And that's not an
I
exact.
don't
That
think
guy's
he-
a
yeah.
fucking liar. That guy's a liar, and what he's doing is
He's a politician. He's a politician, Jimmy. Of course he's a liar.
hurting this country. He's an enemy of the. He's just as big as enemy as Joe Biden. Bernie.
Oh, okay. Let's say that's true. Let's give him that. The Bernie is just as bad as Biden. Let's give him that. And that tells me nothing of who I should vote for, really. That tells me that Trump might even be worse.
Bernie Sanders doesn't give a shit about this country. Bernie Sanders cares about Bernie Sanders.
Do you think that he?
The person who was 50 years ahead of his time. No. Was he even 70 years ahead of his time? He might have been born ahead of his time, you know? That person.
He's an enemy of the. He's just as big as enemy as Joe Biden. Bernie Sanders doesn't give a shit about this country.
That person doesn't give a shit about this country. The person who had the first Pride Parade in his town in US, the person who has been a trans ally since the fucking 70s, that person. Now he doesn't care about you. He cares about himself, you know. That person. He cares about himself, you know. He does want you to vote Cornel West because Cornel West will siphon votes from Biden, from the Democrats. Now, what good would that do? What's the logical conclusion of voting for Cornel West when he doesn't even have ballot access in all 50 states? Why would I want? Why do I want it to be here? Shut up. Open. How do you expect to win when the Green Party ballot access is it half even? Maybe it's half the population because you have in California. Do you have in? Yeah, you have in what's yellow? Ballot access legal action. Is that like everyone have access by default or something? Building GP in progress. So they don't even have Alaska or Georgia or it's they might fill up half the population to have access to him, but the other half, no. So he's not gonna be able to win even. So what good would a vote for Cornel West do? If Cornel West disbands his candidacy, maybe a week at the latest, preferably a month before the election, and starts endorses Biden and starts rallying for him, I'll forgive him for this. Fair enough, Fair enough. You get to push your message, but you don't siphon the votes, It's a high risk, but I can accept it somewhat,
Bernie Sanders cares about Bernie Sanders.
Do you think that he's like doesn't know that he's lying?
He knows he's lying.
Yeah,
he knows exactly what he's doing. Kurt, he's the one who taught me how fucked up the system is. He's the one who told me we can't do this anymore.
No,
he's the one who told me we shouldn't fear Donald Trump, but the system that gave us Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders knows exactly what he's doing, just like fucking Kyle Kalinske knows what he's doing, and Crystal Ball. They're all frauds and charlatans, and they don't give a shit about working people because they're not working people.
Oh, well.
Like you are? Mr. Dore? Like you are? Yes, Bernie says we should fear the system. He's... I'm going to forget something unless I do it. Again, sorry for my ADHD. I have to. I have once, and only once, have I managed to, on the day, change from 1 month to the next. Cute image, right? Once. One time, it went so far that the entire month had almost passed. Okay. Yes, Sanders correctly identifies that is the system and not the people in the system necessarily that is the problem. Necessarily. Now, the system has rallied and formed itself into a neat little ball that you can just pick up and run with, And Trump wants to run with that ball. He wants to smash the ball to pieces. He doesn't want to fix the ball. He wants to smash it to pieces so nobody can play with it. That's what he wants to do. But Dore, the moron, think, no, it's just a system. People aren't evil. People can't do... We can't oppose people because we have to oppose systems. And this should tell you something. I should say, I ascribed myself as a socialist just a few years ago. Prior to that, I was a social democrat, which prior to Nazi Germany, something like that, used to be we should reform society to become a socialist society. We should do it incrementally so as to not create a fascist state by accident, you know? But that's not how we use it today. Today, it's the softer capitalism side. The people who want to give you healthcare and education and improve your lives just enough so you don't suffer, which is good. It is better than just having unregulated and uncaring capitalism. Much, much better. But a few years ago, I started listening to Vosh, and I have friends. I have a seriously deep communist friend. My closest friend even is a deep communist. He's never convinced me that commerce can just be made away with, that everyone can earn the same and yada yada. He hasn't convinced me that much, but I've always had a streak of serious socialism in me. He asked me like 10 years ago, I hadn't thought about it, because he asked me about inheritance and how it creates obviously creates an unjust system where people who are born, just because they're born into a certain family, they get a lot of money. And I answered him. I took a few seconds and I answered him like, yeah, that's an issue. That creates an undue burden on poor people, you know? So I'm like, yeah, we can tax the shit out of it, you know? But a few years ago, since I started listening to Vosh, and he didn't use the term, but he described something that he's probably read a lot about through his social studies. And it's realistic utopia, I believe the term is. Realistic utopia. Yes. And what that is what is the most radical idea of how we can structure society that doesn't break society, that isn't a pipe dream, that is something we can do today. How you handle budgets or how you structure corporations, stuff like that, you know? For me, that tangible thing isn't to do away with capitalism entirely. That's not the next radical step towards socialism. The next radical step towards socialism without a revolution is worker co-ops. Allowing, disbanding all other forms of, especially the investment stuff. What's called aktier. Stock options. Disbanding all those types of corporations, you know, in favor of this. And you can do this in different ways. It doesn't matter. That's the goal. Disband. Maybe there are areas or maybe if the corporation is too small, you know, there are details that I'm not that concerned with. The point is, we want worker-owned corporations. And what this would mean, in effect, yes, there would still be uneven distribution of incomes. There would still be people who earn more because they're willing to sacrifice more. There will still be people who are richer than you can imagine people should be. Yes, that will still exist in that system. However, what won't exist is the CEO earning maybe 500 times more than you know? That's not going to exist. 20 times more? I don't think that's going to exist either. Maybe. Probably not. unless it's like a horrible company that nobody actually wants to work with. And they're like, I'll do it, but only for this pay. And they go, sure, whatever. Maybe twice the amount that the cleaner does. I'll see. Sure, I'll concede that this system will still create such an environment. Yes. However, it will greatly reduce the billionaires' income because they wouldn't have stocks that just earn them money from nothing. They would still have to work. They would still have to be part of the workforce in order to make money. Stuff like that. That's the realistic utopia that I went, that's actually doable. And wouldn't that be socialism, actually? Sure. There would still be monetary money but socialism, worker controlled. There would only be workers in a worker co-op society. That's socialism. Worker-owned control of the means of production. Because if you own the means of production, you also own the monetary value. And if you own the monetary value, you own the power. There would still be profit. It just wouldn't go to stock options. It just wouldn't go to the stockholders. It would be dispersed among the workers. Microstone is how to handle retirement. Without investment in stocks, bonds, and property, once stop earning money, they will rapidly run out of funds to live in old age. Taxes? I don't see why we can't just have governments paid for retirement. Like, I agree, there might be some. There are details that I'm not 100% sure on. But imagine a tax on all corporations, like a 10% tax that goes to retirement. That would suffice. We can even, 10% profit tax. Everything you make, like you have your, and there's going to be, again, details that I'm not that concerned with at the moment. Because this is still like generations into the future. Still generations. But yeah, you can have a 10% tax on all profits that corporations make that pays for retirements, stuff like that. We could even have retirements be paid for by the corporations that they worked for previously. If you retire from this corporation, you'll get retirement by this corporation. I think such a worker co-op society, like if the entire society were to become a co-op, there are no more stock trades. There are no more investments. Banks are controlled by workers and yada 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 yada. Everything, except for maybe police and military, maybe, is worker co-op. I think in such a society, we've seen they've done studies in Italy, I think it was, where they saw a massive increase. I'm not going to say massive. They saw an increase in civic participation in general from societies that had worker co-ops. They saw increases in people's happiness in general from people who worked at co-ops. They have yet to find negative aspects of worker co-ops. And even if they do, I still think it's a good thing. I still think it's the best thing you can do. Economic democracy. That's the word I was. Once Vosh said, we need to strive for economic democracy. I'm like, that's not a bad framing of this. That's actually an accurate framing of what it is I didn't know I wanted, but I do want. Economic democracy. We have political democracy, which people refer to as democracy, but that's not all democracy. Why don't we have economic democracy? The workers vote how their corporations spend their money. So that's the thing that really stuck in my head. I like democracy. Why don't we have more? Okay, simple. What do you see as possible improvements for this generation then? If work co-ops are managed, so the thing, I think the improvements, if we remove America, which needs to become a social democracy first, like the first step is ensuring everyone's education is high, ensuring everyone has access to high free education. No poor person should be forced into taking several hundred thousands of dollars in loans just to have a chance at a job. Because I don't think education should be for jobs either, only. Education in and of itself is amazing. We need more of it. We just need... God, my voice is bassy right now. I like it. We just need more... we need to ensure that they have education. We need to ensure that they have healthcare. We need to ensure that the safety net of society is intact and robust. You know, stuff like that. That's step one. So we remove America from this conversation entirely because they are way behind Europe on this. We can even remove most. Let's just talk about Sweden, the society I know best. Okay, and let's talk about Sweden in the 1990s, where we had optimal, maybe 80s even, where we had optimal opportunity for this. We had a really strong left-wing flank, left-wing politicians during that time. The Social Democrats, the biggest party in Sweden, were socialists at that time. They weren't social democrats like we know today. They were socialists. If we take that society and we see, okay, how do we improve from there into what I'm talking about, into the realistic utopia? The first thing you do is you do a trial study, of course. You make sure, and then, but let's skip the testing stage. Let's jump to the action stage. I think the testing stage will prove that this is a viable form of transitioning, which might take generations. It might not, depending on how much people like it. But I'm guessing I won't be alive when this happens, at least. We have government funded buys. The government funds a foundation that buys up corporations for the workers. This can't be a. I can foresee I can foresee a world where this would lead to spikes in prices for the stocks, or spikes in prices for the corporations. You know, I can foresee that for sure, and we need to mitigate for that. But I think such a fund where the workers vote among themselves, they sign some kind of document, they sign some legal papers, and this fund has restrictions on basic rules for this corporations, like every worker has one vote, stuff like that. You know, the basics of any democratically run organization. They demand that, and so they can then the workers can petition this foundation to buy their corporations for them at a loan that is very, very, very profitable for the workers. Very, very small. What's called You essentially pay back what you loaned. The interest, very low interest. We already have such a loan. Tommy, if you're listening now and can type, what would you think a student loan in Sweden has for what's it called? I just said it. Interest rate. God, what do you think Swedish student loans interest rate is? In America, the federal student loan interest rate is for undergraduates is 5.5%. 1%? You fool! It's 0.59. It is almost 0.5%. That's how low it is. That's the only interest I pay. That's the only... When I have banks and loan companies call me up sometimes trying to convert me to or switch to their banking, like we can switch to blah, 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 get amazing rates. And I go, I only have student loans. And they go, we get it. We can't do anything there. Bye-bye. They're not even interested in competing with the state student. The state in the 90s, I think, early 2000s perhaps, wanted private banks to take over student loan funding. The private banks went, no, we do not want anything to do with this. 0.59%? Fuck that shit. What up, boy? You changed shift just for this? That's sad. But thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So you have loans at that interest rate, very, very, a very good interest rate for the lender. And they can pay back through the profits. You can make that a rule for the foundation that only profits is where, you know what? Even this, they will have a cap on how much you can earn until you've paid back the loan. Maybe you do that. You have a cap on how much you can earn per worker until you've paid back. So all the profits, instead of going into the or they say, you know what, you don't even pay back any interest. You don't even pay back the loan. We take the first 2 years, 5 years, whatever, of profits. Period. If it's a big corporations like Volvo, or if it's the small corporation that does cleaning, we only take the profits of the first 5 years. Now that can be more than the loan, that can be less than the loan. Stuff like that. You do new innovative ways here. It doesn't have to be the old ones. Do you always stream at this time? No, I don't always stream. It's almost yeah, you're in America. I am usually not up at this early. I usually stream in the afternoon when my girlfriend works evenings. But I couldn't sleep last night at all, and I was able to stay awake thanks to my methamphetamines. I was able to stay awake the entire day, and I went to bed at like 9 yesterday, which is very unusual for me. I'm usually in bed no earlier than 12, but yeah, last night it was 9, and I slept like a fucking baby the entire night. So when I went up, I'm like, why don't I stream? Why not? Not just for it, but okay. Well, good for you, Social. I'm glad it's not just for this. So that's anyway, that's the steps I would make now in order to move us towards such a system. or the steps I would make now is to test it. But, you know, let's continue to hear how Bernie is the enemy of the people, but not Biden, apparently.
I was going to say, he comes off like his abrupt turnaround. It comes off like someone who's being blackmailed so much to me. Like
a lot of people
someone
say that.
called him with
Of
a
course
file
they
on
got him.
something. Like
They haven't got... What would they have gotten him in on? If they had got him, they would have made it public. They would have made him disappear from public life if they had gotten him. What? He honeymooned in the Soviet Union? Oh my God. No, what happened is that Bernie made a deal with the Democrats. They made structural, permanent changes to their elections. They should have gone further. But they made those changes, and he probably made a deal in congruence with the squad, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, those people, to not force the vote, to play ball here. They probably all got together and made this deal where they get important positions in government if they play a little ball. And I don't blame them. Look at Bernie. Bernie used to be all alone at Capitol Hill. Like nobody. You could see it. Like he was the lone socialist. I can understand why he's tired of that. I can understand him going, fuck it, let me just play some ball. I don't blame him. Bernie and Biden together got the railroad union their paid sick days. I was like, yes, that is a common talking point among these people. That Biden broke the strike, the railroad strike, and he did. Railroad union asks for strike to be broken. Didn't they ask asks AOC to The interview's headline, AOC, the Biden administration's right-wing turn is a profound miscalculation. That's all? I remember the union asking for, telling them to take the deal, and then later on, if they promised to return later on, because there were things happening. Biden sick days, railroad strike. U.S. rail companies grant paid sick days after public pressure in win for unions, but this was after the strike break. When Joe Biden and Congress enacted legislation in December that blocked a threatened freight rail strike, many workers angrily faulted Biden for not ensuring the legislation also guaranteed paid sick days. But since then, union officials say members of the Biden administration, including the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, credit for you, good on you. First thing you've done that is positive that I've seen. And Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, who stepped down on 11th of March, lobbied the railroad, telling them it was wrong not to grant paid sick days. Anyway, they went back and they gave them the sick day. So yeah, he broke the union, the strike, but he returned with the sick days. Bernie is just all around based. He understands the system better than anyone. So I don't know why people don't listen to him. It's like the Big Short. There's a person in the Big Short the lead. What's he called? Mark Baum, and I think he's not even there. Whatever. It's one person who used to work for Mark Baum, and in the movie he goes, "I followed him here when he left the other workplace because he was the guy with all the good ideas, and I don't understand why nobody's listening to him." And I feel the same way with Bernie right now. Why are people? Can I help you? Are you sad? You look sad. Do you want some scratches? You want scratches? No? Okay. Why nobody's listening to the guy with all the right ideas? He's been correct since the 50s. He's born correct. And people are just like, he's a fasci now. Bo of the Fifth Column had a video on that. Oh, really? I have to watch that. I don't follow Bo of the Fifth Column that much. But maybe I should.
Of course they got something on him.
It's so radically different than what he said that you're like, oh.
He used to start
No. Okay. Now I get it. They think that him saying we need to rally around Biden against Trump is him being blackmailed, or I thought that they meant him being cordial, or him being, having made a deal. But no, I think regardless of him making a deal, I think he would still say we need to rally around Biden. Would there have been a primary election? Yes, Bernie would have participated. Cornel West should have participated if there would have been a primary. But there isn't. And that's fuckery, and I don't like that. And they need to change those rules. Bernie, hopefully. Yeah, I think hopefully. I haven't seen anything of it. Hopefully Bernie has made a deal with them that, I'll come out and I'll support Biden from day one of his re-election campaign. I'll support him. I'll rally for him. I'll do whatever you want. If you promise... or if you change internal election rules to make sure that every presidential or every election that is happening right now or in the future internally inside the Democratic Party is democratically done. You have a primary in every race you participate in, period. Like if he's done that, awesome. I think he's gotten more than you could ask for, really. Right now there is Marianne Williamson. We should support her. Marianne Williamson, unfortunately, isn't really running for president. She's running to promote her policies. She's running to persuade public opinion towards that. But she's not running for president. She'll, since there isn't a primary, she can't be the nominee. That's just the way it is. She won't be the nominee. She can't be the nominee. It's not happening. But sure, support her. Whatever. You do you, boo. As long as you vote Biden in the general.
Free speech in 2015 and 2016 by saying...
Oh, right. God, I completely forgot. That's why I went on the tirade with how did I become a socialist? And then you, Tommy, made me forget. What I was about to say before Tommy made me forget it was that Dore... I had to remember his name. Jimmy Dore is he understood. What is it he said? He said something.
The one who
right, the systems. He said that we should rally against systems. Bernie taught me that. Bernie in 2016 taught me that we need to attack the system and not the people. That is left-wing politics 101. That is progressive politics 101. It is liberal politics 101. Conservatives love people. They talk about people. They focus on the people. But liberals and those more left-wing have always focused on systems. And it's telling that Jimmy Dore had to be taught by Bernie in 2016? I hate you, socialist. And you, Tommy. I know you probably know this. Tommy, I don't think you know this. But every streamer, no matter how small, hates their audience. Hates it. You have no idea how fucking distracting the chat can be. You say something like, oh, I have to respond to that. Like I said, I have to be better at not responding to every dipshit on Twitter. How do you think I'm gonna manage the fucking chat? I hate you guys for that.
Comes off like his abrupt turnaround. It comes off like someone who's being blackmailed so much to me. Like
a lot of people say that.
Called him with
Of
a
course they
file on
got him.
something. Like,
Of course they got something on him.
it's so radically different than what he said that you're like, oh.
He used to start every speech in 2015 and 2016 by saying, it sounds like you're ready for a revolution.
Yeah.
He hasn't said that since. And now he's saying we got to vote for Joe Biden because Donald Trump is a threat. He knows that's bullshit. And he's letting his own party right now criminalize their political opponents. The exact thing that he.
Chat is engagement. That is correct. We're never going to get through this video. Oh my God, this was dense. Let's
vote for Joe Biden because Donald Trump is a threat. He knows that's bullshit.
Okay. Yes, he was calling for a revolution back in 15, 16. Because the conditions for a revolution was more, or not revolution, but revolutionary action was more pronounced back then. If you have, when you topple a government to install a new government, the way you do it and when you do it is very important. If you topple the US government at this moment, if you dismantle it and you attempt to create a new one. Someone is texting me. It might be my girlfriend, actually. Give me a moment. Yeah, it was. It was, and she hates it when I... You didn't answer me within 10 minutes. What's on? I've told her, you can watch me stream. You can see why I'm not engaging in the... If you wrote in the chat, she might actually get some quicker responses then. So anyway... yes, Bernie was calling for revolutionary action in 2015, 2016. Yes, because the conditions were better than they are now. If you were to topple the American government right now and you were to install a new government, what would happen is that government would become fascist. Period. It's not even a close call with this, really. It is quite... It's so evident from the way society is structured right now. If, however, you topple the government when conditions are right, and when conditions are right, you'll know it, and the conditions are only right when there's no fascists in government. That's when you can have a revolution. When the fascist elements in society are so tiny that they don't show up in bourgeois liberal democracies. That's when you can have your fucking revolution, you know? Because that revolution is going to be done with a pen stroke, you know? It's going to be a signed document, not an insurrection. And that's very important. That's very, very important. How you do it is a matter of importance. It is probably the most important thing. Having a revolution in and of itself does nothing for people. Most revolutions lead to more death, destruction, misery, etc. There are very few revolutions in the history that has led to positive things. Because it's very hard to make a good revolution.
Shit, and he's letting his own party right now criminalize their political opponents. The exact thing that he said that what he's
right. Trump, he's being incarcerated for free speech. You know that thing. Sure. What we do about the billionaires finding the right? How do we fix funding the right? I mean, you criminalize it. You don't allow for corporate money. You don't allow for donations over a certain sum. You don't allow for dark money to be... And we have that issue in Sweden too. We should have removed that issue a long time ago, but we haven't. And we had the opportunity back in the 80s, but we didn't. So we don't have ourselves to blame for the current situation, unfortunately. However, we need to remove those things. We also just need to remove billionaires from society. But again, there are details that I can't answer. This is an idea. Dore is one of those lefties who thinks Biden is directing the DOJ, the Department of Justice, to arrest and convict Trump. He thinks this is a political attack on Trump, not a legal attack, not a he actually did these things and we need to stop him. No, he thinks this is what Trump asked for with Hillary, but it's actually happening, you know? It is why they hate regulations.
Saying we should fear of Donald Trump, he's actually pushing and enabling. He is the thing he claims Donald Trump is. That's what Bernie Sanders is.
Well, I wasn't disagreeing with you.
Well, it's creeping authoritarianism and fascism. We got to be careful of that.
I was so shocked. I didn't hear. I'm never getting away from this video. Oh my God, is the stream just going to be about this? Holy shit. He is the things he's blaming Trump for? Bernie Sanders? Okay.
Creeping.
Right up on you.
It's here. And
it's creeping.
And it came from you and Joe Biden.
Yeah.
He's calling Bernie Sanders an authoritarian. And they're making fun of Sanders for calling what Trump did in his first term. Praise to God, that is his only term. Creeping authoritarianism? And he thinks that's Bernie? If I'm going to comment on all of these idiotic statements, then I'll be here until sundown at the very least.
It's not creeping. You fired 70,000 workers in one state alone because they wouldn't go along with your creeping authoritarianism. It's not.
I'm apparently going to be here until sundown. 70,000 workers fired. I'm guessing Biden? A partial shutdown of federal aviation program has put roughly 70,000 workers in construction and related fields out of work. Of the aviation spending ended Friday night, cutting off $2.5 billion worth of construction. How is Biden to blame for this? The Republican-controlled House of Representatives last week passed an extension of the temporary authorization that cut $12.5 million from rural airports and reduced subsidies for a handful. How is Biden to blame for that?
It's not creeping.
Creeping authoritarianism and
it's not creeping. You fired 7,000 workers in one state and Joe Biden.
Yeah.
It's not creeping. You fired 70,000 workers in one state alone.
In one state. I wish somehow Ethan Klein gets all these disgusting grifters to debate. You just see him below their backs. Ethan Klein, he has a great debate. They're not going to do it, but he has a great debate tactic. He just plays it dumb, pretty much, and they do the rest. What? Corporate axe hits over 70,000 US. Increase better federal. Oh my God! Is this the authoritarianism he's talking about? The increase in salary? Oh my God! Is it this? Just cause protections will revolutionize job security. No, security. I'm having trouble finding the one state that did this. Maybe if you guys can find it.
Because they wouldn't go along with your creeping authoritarianism. It's not creeping. It's here, and Bernie Sanders fully endorses it.
I like when some of those people you mentioned say, "Well, I don't agree with the fascism of the Democrats. It's corporate fascism." That's what fascism is.
Wait, what? I thought it was
corporatism.
I thought it's when your parents won't take you to a drag show as a kid.
Do they think corporations equal fascism? I think they think corporations equal yes, fascism is like the state and corporates merger. Partially, not only, but partially. And that's not that. Trump is still worse. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's fascism.
That's what I was taught.
Listen, we got a lot more. There's some juiciness over here.
I'm sorry. I keep interrupting.
It's okay.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming Bernie has recognized this. Yes, by continuing walking down the road of Democrats will eventually hit fascism. Yes. By just going along with them will hit fascism. Eventually. But by going Republican will hit fascism like it's like Looney Tunes. The painted tunnel. Like this. That's democracy if we elect Trump.
The independent senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders, joins me now. Senator Sanders, welcome back to Meet the Press.
What a piece of shit this guy is.
Thank you for having me.
They have... Okay, they are saying that Bernie has gone full-blown Trump derangement syndrome, which I agree with is a thing that exists. But these guys have gone full-blown Sanders derangement syndrome. Is it Bernie derangement syndrome or Sanders? I think Sanders derangement syndrome, SDS.
So the fact that you felt the need to do this, should we read into the fact that you don't believe there's a second-term agenda yet that Americans can wrap their head around for what a second Biden term would look like?
No. I think what you can read into that is that Biden has every right to be proud of a long series of accomplishments.
Oh, my God.
Do you want to say what those accomplishments are? Because I'm trying to.
By. Most Americans approve of the job Biden is doing, but voters did give Democrats strong midterm results, driven in part by the Supreme Court's blow, blah, blah. I want to see one of Biden's first acts was trying to get the coronavirus pandemic under control by passing a $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. The White House sent Americans in the low to medium income range a $1.4 thousand payment, which should have been more. Come on. necessity, blah, blah. Also extended a $300 a week federal unemployment benefit. But so the issue that I see the issue now. Dore doesn't believe that coronavirus is a problem, so he doesn't think these measures are good. The infrastructure bill, the gun safety bill, I completely memory hold that one. Biden signed into law the largest gun safety bill to pass Congress in nearly 30 motherfucking years. While historically significant, the bill was rather limited compared to what gun control advocates would have wanted. Of course. You still have to work within the system. Right, the semiconductors. Hasn't he had more jobs created? Biden jobs creation. I want to see. I think he has made more jobs. Like, okay, Trump, but this is coronavirus. I mean, pulling out of Afghanistan. Yeah, here we go. He has created more jobs per month than any president in recent history. I mean, look at Bush, Trump. So, yeah, he has done lots. All right, supports for Ukraine. Right. Of course, that's a negative for these people. Pulling out of Afghanistan, letting Medicare negotiate with... Right! The Medicare negotiation bill. Giving federal workers $50 million in the Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah, so he has done a lot of things for a lot of people in the working class. Has he done enough? No! Not even close. Might he legalize marijuana?
To think about what they really are.
He went up and down the stairs 2 times yesterday, did not fall down.
like they do the same thing that Donald Trump did. Oh, the greatest economy, so many accomplishments. Donald Trump actually had a few accomplishments,
he
like
never
not
said
going
the greatest economy
to war with Iran, keeping us out of war with Russia. You know, a few other things out there.
Still not at war with Russia.
Not bombing Syria as much as they wanted him to. Not shipping arms to Ukraine and ramping up that war. He bombed some, but he didn't do enough to appease the military-industrial complex or the deep state, and that's why they criminalized Donald Trump.
Pulling out.
Listen to who he talks to here. He's not talking to leftists. Yet, I've given Trump credit. Lots of leftists, lots of socialists have given Trump credit for the things he's done that is good. Operation Warp Speed, fan-fucking-tastic. Generally, him on vaccines, okay, sure. Doesn't matter. Him on what about the people he's put in place in the Supreme Court? All of the fucking judges he has appointed during his presidency. What about all of those? Dismantling entire structures within the government. What about that? What about sending a National Guard against a protest? What was it? The unmarked cars for police. Unmarked police BLM. Federal officers use unmarked vehicles to grab people in Portland. DHS confirms. What about this? What about supporting the fascist? Oh, sorry. You guys didn't get it. Federal government uses unmarked vehicles to grab people in Portland. DHS confirms. What about this? What about Trump's support for fascist, far-right, white nationalists? What about his support for Israel, where he moved the embassy to a place that is contested What about that? I'm not going to go into the Ukraine war. Stupid talking points, stupid, idiotic statements. Biden didn't do shit.
Now the Horn of Africa.
I mean, goddamn fucking Bernie Sanders.
He sent troops out of Somalia the very next day. Biden got in and sent them back.
Yeah.
Like,
Because they asked for it? That's MAGA communism. That's true. That's true. Where is the asked for? Somali president somewhere? The U.S. is involved in Somalia for decades, and there's now it's there now. God, because the Biden administration says the Somali-based extremist group Al-Shabaab poses a threat to U.S. homeland. Al-Shabaab has continued attacks on African Union forces and used tactics of terror as part of the international crisis group described as an endless cycle of war. But security experts dispute the extent to the threats of America. I don't know about threats to America. That might just be a reasoning, given. That has stopped the U.S. administration from engaging military there. Troops have been in Somalia since 2016, striking Somalia, blah, blah, blah. Trump would do most, but not all, of the more than 700 U.S. forces in the country. Biden is now reversed. Didn't Somalia... I think Somalia's president asked for it. Welcomes. There we go. New Somali president welcomes return of U.S. troops. Imagine you're a war-torn country where you have these extremist groups trying to take over the country, trying to take over government. Kind of like Afghanistan, Well, let's assume that. And then you have... No, not like Afghanistan, because Afghanistan's a shit show that they created themselves. And then you have a powerful army that's like, yeah, we'll do it for free. We'll help you combat. And this army is the largest army the world has ever seen. It is the most highly technological army the world has ever experienced. It is the most effective army to ever exist. Period. And they want to help you fight these extremist groups for free? Come on in, boys. Come on in. Of course.
Like literally.
But this doesn't matter to Dore, by the way. This doesn't matter. Oh, the president welcomes them with open arms. Psh, doesn't matter. Because we're America, bitch. And in America, you hate America. It's true. In America, you hate America. It's just the way it is. You might claim you love America, but you actually hate America. Just admit it. So, in America, when you're on the left, you have to oppose all, period, military actions. Period. It's you have to. It's done. You if you don't, are you really a leftist? So even if they're asked for, even if they're doing a good thing, their mere existence is bad. That's the brain rot we're dealing with here.
He's such a...
Get back.
Bernie Sanders is such an asshole.
3 years ago, this country was in the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression.
Oh, now they're doing
because
great.
of COVID. Today, unemployment is all of 3%. We're gaining new jobs,
things are doing
rebuilding
great, huh, Bernie?
manufacturing. We've invested
Tell
in
me
the
about how good Wall Street's doing.
infrastructure. of making
Infrastructure.
progress.
Where?
And
Where?
Biden has a right to be proud of that.
Well, just because you don't see it, because you live in LA and I'm guessing the infrastructure bill didn't go to LA, doesn't mean it isn't happening. And they just
The point.
Great, huh?
Can you imagine being this out of the loop? With 1.23 million subscribers and you run a political channel and you have no idea about any of these things, you can still criticize them. You can still be, you know what? You can even say that everything that Bernie Sanders says is true. You can even say that. You can even say that Bernie is correct, that these are good things, and come to the conclusion that you shouldn't vote for Biden. You can still do all of that. But these people are so stupid and willfully uninformed that they'd rather just laugh it off. They're not even engaged. They're not giving him, because it's not for leftists, this channel. It is for right-wingers. It physically... the Bernie to Trump pipeline is real.
Manufacturing, we've invested
Tell
in
me
the
about how good Wall Street's doing.
infrastructure. We're
Infrastructure.
making progress.
Where?
And
Where?
Biden has a right to be proud of that.
Tell me how good Wall Street is doing. Never mind. I'm not gonna. What's his name? He just made $1 million on a Twitter bet. He's a quite famous Twitter account. Never mind. He made a very good observation that people are hurting in America right now. It's not a good economy for people, for the workers. But what they are missing, what is going to be the struggle for the Biden administration to communicate, is how much that reflects the entire country. How much everyone, relative to their wealth, is hurting. You know?
The point of my remarks is that you cannot simply, as President of the United States, rest on your laurels. What you have got to understand is that today, for structural reasons that have gone on for decades, tens and tens.
So Bernie, and you can see the frustration here, Bernie is talking about structures right now. Bernie is talking about the underlying issues right now. And they are laughing. They don't take it seriously. They think it's just, I don't know. They're just trying to ignore it, I think. They're not going to comment on it. They're not going to say, oh, he still believes that. Oh, he's still talking about that. They're not going to do that. They're not going to give him credit here.
Tens of millions of people.
They give Trump credit for minor things that he does that is nominally correct. But they will never anymore give Bernie credit for this.
Are struggling to put food on the table.
Because of
they can't
you.
afford health care. They can't afford prescription
because
drugs.
you
They
wouldn't
can't
fight
afford
for
housing.
them.
They can't afford child
And you threw
care.
your
See, because of you, what have Bernie done? Oh, he endorsed Biden. What have Bernie done to remove food from the table of working people?
Your
And
movement in the
meanwhile,
trash.
in the midst
If anything, by endorsing Biden, he has put food on the table thanks to the increase in the minimum wage for federal workers. Should have been for everyone, but Biden doesn't have that authority. So it's for federal workers, where he has the authority.
of all of that, you have incredible corporate greed, and the billionaire class has never done better.
So didn't he just contradict himself
Yes.
right over
No.
there the whole
He
fucking
just
time?
said two things.
Nope.
One, he's talked out of both sides of his mouth, because that's what Bernie Sanders is, a double-talking bullshitter who is never going to fight.
But Trump isn't. Remember that. Trump's not a bullshitter, apparently. The bullshittest bullshitter is not a bullshitter.
For you. He never did anything he said he was going to do, except what he does is prop up Wall Street, the military-industrial complex. He's a war
hawk?
war pig. And
War pig. Okay. That's different, apparently. Because he supports Ukraine. Imagine Imagine instead of Hitler being able to do everything he does. No, never mind. Imagine Hitler. Imagine Hitler for once in your goddamn life. Imagine the most evil person you can think of, and he invades neighboring countries. Are you, as a socialist, supposed to, just because you're America, you're like, not my issue. Oh, that's okay. I'll go lay down. Bye-bye. Good luck. This is who Dore would have been. He would have been there protesting against war with Hitler.
And a liar. He's the worst type of person, because I'll take Mitch McConnell over fucking Bernie Sanders any day, because I can see Mitch McConnell coming. I can't see Bernie Sanders coming because he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'll take the wolf in wolf's clothing any day over a piece of shit like Bernie Sanders.
So you've seen this clip, I'm guessing, on Twitter. Everyone on Twitter has seen this clip, and people are defending. Why did I do that? People are defending it. Dore sheep's clothing. Wait, wasn't it with them? Oh, here it is. It's hard for me to believe that Dore smokes weed. Yes. Oh, yeah. Here. This is the guy. I tried to get this guy on my. Here. It's the engagements guy. Here's the actual clip of what Jimmy said, showing exactly why the paid trolls had to post a deceptive quote to stir up hysteria. Bookmark this tweet, because they're going to pull this a lot over the next couple of days. What is?
Didn't he just contradict himself?
Yeah,
right?
shitter who is never gonna and a liar. He's the worst type of clothing. I'll take the wolf in wolf's clothing any day over a piece of shit like Bernie Sanders.
How is this a lie? I've been sort of MIA these last couple of days because I just moved, blah, blah, blah. Jimmy Dore said he prefers Mitch McConnell over Bernie Sanders. Makes sense. That is what he's saying. He's not just saying that Biden was a disappointment. He's not just saying that Bernie sold out. He's not just saying that. He's also saying, because of that, because of the events that has transpired, because of the situation we're in right now, because I don't trust the Democratic Party, I'm gonna vote fascist. That is what he's saying. Or he's not gonna vote fascist, but he's telling you that don't trust these people. And just prior to that, what are we? 6:37. Just prior to that, he went on a tirade about how much better Trump is.
Bernie Sanders is a fraud and an enemy of, and what he's America. And that's not an example. That guy's a fucking liar. That guy's as big as enemy as Joe Biden. Bernie Sanders.
Do you think that
what he's doing? Kurt, he's the one who taught me how fucked up this.
No, this is too early. I want the Trump.
Bernie Sanders is such an asshole. Oh, now
no, that's too. Okay, let's Trump.
Full-blown Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah. He's no longer upset.
Tommy, thank you for being here. I appreciate new subscribers, and I hope to see you next the next stream. Okay.
At the
sleep tight.
At the system that made people desperate enough to vote for Donald Trump, he's acting like Donald Trump is the problem. Bernie Sanders is a fraud and an enemy of America.
Right,
and
so
that's not an
I
exact.
don't
That
think
guy's a
anybody-
Trump.
right now criminal
radically different
political opponents.
What do they have
The
to-
exact thing that he
Yeah.
said that what he's saying we should fear of Donald Trump, he's actually pushing and it is.
Well, I wasn't.
Now, how
The
is
thing, fear of Donald Trump, he's actually pushing and enabling. He is the thing he claims Donald Trump is. That's what Bernie Sanders is.
how? Okay, so it's not the portion that I was looking for, but how is that? How is that not saying that he prefers?
The worst type of person. I can see Mitch Holding. I'll take the
I'll take Mitch
wolf in wolf's
McConnell,
clothing.
a wolf in wolf's clothing, over a wolf in sheep's clothing any day of the week. He is calling Bernie, because he supports Biden, worse than Trump.
Well, I wasn't disagreeing with you.
He absolutely, like, this is a lie. You're I don't know. It's I don't know how to get to these people. I don't think I can get to these people. Hopefully I or someone else, someone more bigger, someone better, someone else can get to the audience at least. But these people,
Clothing. I'll take the wolf in wolf's clothing any day over a piece of shit like Bernie Sanders.
We're here today because of Bernie Sanders' movement, but a lot of people claim that him throwing his movement under the bus was worse than actually starting the movement, which got us more politically aware.
It is. We're now further back than we were the first time he ran. Now you got every asshole with a YouTube channel who calls themselves a lefty saying that we gotta support Joe Biden because of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
They're all saying it,
Guys.
Guys. Come on,
if you
guys.
believe,
guys,
as I do,
guys,
that Joe Biden is better,
guys,
you believe that?
guys. And so now we are back further back than we were when he ran against Hillary Clinton because everybody agreed.
I agree. Yeah, we are further back societally than when he ran against Hillary Clinton. Which is why he says we need to support Biden.
Back then, that we got it. We're done with the two-party system. They both answer to the same people, and now it's over. Now Bernie Sanders has convinced his followers, the empty-headed fucking idiots that they are, that somehow there is something worse than Joe Biden and the establishment. There's Donald Trump. What did he do that was worse than Joe Biden? I'll never know.
Well,
Biden.
Let's hear that one more time.
What did he do that was worse than Joe Biden? I'll never know.
well,
One more time.
There's Donald Trump. What did he do that was worse than Joe Biden? I'll never know.
well.
What did Donald Trump do that is worse than Joe Biden? Well, take your pick, buddy. You'll never know. I'm not going to inform you. I'm sorry. If you've gotten this far and you still don't know, I'm not going to inform you.
Biden saved Roe v. Wade, at least.
I gotta.
Okay, I'm like, I've heard people say that. I've seen on Twitter. I'm like, just dismissed it because that's a deranged thing to say. What would you have Biden do? I agree the Supreme Court should probably be like dismantled or completely redone. Something needs to be done with the Supreme Court. I agree. Would you want Biden to, I don't know, overrule them somehow? Like, he doesn't have that control over the Supreme Court. If he did, he wouldn't be worse than Donald Trump. He'd be on par with Donald Trump. How do you How? I am distraught. I am. Oh. How do you talk to these people? Seriously. What can anyone say that hasn't already been said? All the information is out there. He tried to overthrow the election. That didn't work because the people in Georgia, thank fucking God, there are still some principled Republicans, didn't go along with him to find 11,000 whatever votes. And then he tried an insurrection instead. And he tried to create confusion in Congress when they were supposed to certify it by having a second slate of electors. Just so that people in the Republican Party can go, or rather Mike Pence can go, we have to return in a few weeks. I have no idea what's going on here. We can't do this without knowing who's the real deal here, okay? And we have to return in a few weeks to be able to do that. And during that time, a lot of fuckery can happen, you know? How do I talk and convince someone of reality in that case? We have the beer hall putsch. The Hitler. Again, think about Hitler for once in your goddamn life. The beer hall putsch. What if we don't throw Hitler in jail? Maybe that's better for society. That Hitler can become political and maybe even chancellor even earlier. Imagine that. Like throwing Hitler in jail didn't prevent World War II, but it was better than not throwing him in jail for it. Like, again, how do I convince these people that Trump is just bad? How? They claim to be left-wing. And there are left-wing people who probably follows this because a lot of left-wing people are stupid, because most people are stupid. I can't help that I have a motherfucking massive head, okay? And this massive head is due to my massive brain, okay? I can't help that. I'm not trying to flex on you, I'm not trying to do that. What I am saying is that you don't have to be Einstein, even though I am, but you don't have to be Einstein in order to see the fucking issues here. People.
I got a few things on which Joe Biden was supposed to do that didn't do, even those simplest things.
You mean like the Green New Deal? You mean like student loan forgiveness? Stuff like that? Is that the things you're talking about that he couldn't do? Why didn't he do that? Why?
Message yesterday for the Democrats, not just for the president, is if you want to do well in this election, talk to the needs of the American people, have the guts to take on the big money interests who have so much power.
It sounds like you don't think the phrase finish the job is something to rally around, that there needs to be more than that.
Well, yes, you need to recognize that not only have we accomplished a great deal in Biden's first 3 years, and he deserves credit for that. But there is...
Okay. These people give credit to Trump on things he has done. I've given credit to Trump on things he has done that I agree with, that I think are good. Why can't these people just give Biden an ounce of credit for the things he has done? If you watch, they're just paid hacks. I am partially amping it up for the camera. Partially. Mostly, I am just frustrated. Where's my fucking money? No. If you watch Jimmy Dore, that's your, like, the political commentator that you follow. You used to be on TYT, now you've fallen out because of the Jimmy Dore thing, not because of the anti-trans thing, you know. If you're that type of person and you're currently watching Jimmy Dore and you call yourself a lefty, what do you know about the world? You know two things after watching this episode. One, Biden has done nothing for you. Period. The things he has done that Bernie is talking about, he's not done that. Where? You know, stuff like that. You just laugh it off. You don't give credit. You don't engage with it even. You just laugh it off. Trump, on the other hand, he's done stuff. He's been great for, maybe not great for people, but he has done things. He has accomplished things that I agree with and that are good. And Biden is worse than Trump. Biden is more fascist, more authoritarian than Trump. That's the message you get away with. You are worse off in your life. All 1.23 million subscribers, not all of them perhaps, but the majority of them are worse off because they listen to Jimmy Dore. And because America has a broken education system, the dumbest fall for this. I want Soros money. yeah, Soros would be, guys. The American education system is a big reason because, like I talked about in my IQ video that very few people watched. I'm a little bit disappointed that more people aren't aware of how smart I am. Yeah, it's underperforming apparently. Whatever. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I don't have the IQ that I have just because of my genes. I don't have the IQ I have just because of who my parents are. A big part of it is my education system. If I hadn't gone, well, there you go. That's the issue. You haven't watched it. If at the end of the video, I do my own IQ test. Just a heads up. Don't be intimidated. I'm not the smartest on screen in that video, though. Just to be frank. I think it's the last video I actually uploaded. Yep, it's the last video. Reacting to Jubilee frat bros ranked by IQ and my own IQ. Yeah, so education is absolutely a big factor in all of this. Having access, having the possibility of getting one of the world's best educations in the world, has absolutely helped me develop my IQ. Absolutely. If I wasn't educated, I mean, imagine what we discovered. Because I saw a video. I've been, since that video, since I did that IQ test and I reacted to that video, I've been more and more interested in IQ. We are not aware. We don't have a clear definition of what IQ is. What we do know is that it's important. There is a threshold that you need to surpass in order to function in daily life as a human. Just such a thing as a door handle or a doorknob. Just one of those things. I think it demands to understand it. I think you need 70 IQ to understand what is happening. Because I know cats and dogs have jumped up and not hanged themselves, grabbed on to handles in order to open doors. You know, I've seen those videos. What I think happens there is more just we want to get to the other side. I know humans pull this down, and I jump up and they pull that down. Voila, it's open. You know, stuff like that. It's just not indoctrination, but kind of indoctrination. Learned behavior. If you take a monkey, okay. I heard a great difference between a great explainer. What makes the difference between a human and a monkey? And I love monkeys. I love them. I've been in a cage full with, I think they're called thumb monkeys. Thumb monkeys. Yeah. Small marsupials, or I think marmosets. I need to change the view. These guys. I've been in a cage filled with these small creatures because I won a competition, like a birthday party competition, where I got to be, the birthday party was held at a zoo, and they had a cage you could walk into, a glass cage, and you had food in your hand, and you just stood like this, and monkeys just started jumping down on you, grabbing food. It was super fun, super memorable, if nothing else. I think we should grant personhood status, not human personhood status, personhood status. You're not you don't need an ID or anything like that. You know, it's just you're granted personhood. We won't do animal testing on you. We won't eat you. We won't farm you. We will try to respect your boundary. Yada. You know, they get more rights than other animals. I think monkeys, especially the great apes, should be granted that. They are too smart to not be granted that. You have fucking monkeys understanding economy now. You have monkeys going for the cell phone over the pen in India and Cambodia and places that have monkeys in the wild. They go for the cell phone because they know they'll get more food from it. They'll know they get better food from it. And they know how to haggle with you. A lot of tourists have commented on how they have to buy back the cell phone. Because the monkey doesn't want the cell phone. He doesn't need this. He don't know how to handle the cell phone. He just knows that you do. And you'll pay a lot of good food in order to get it back. So they'll steal the cell phone rather than the cap or the glasses or the pen or whatever for the cell phone in order for you to go buy food and give it to them. And if you just like grab a banana and try to exchange it that way, they'll go, no. I want more. I want the nuts. I want 5 bananas. Give me more. Like stuff. It is remarkable that we treat them as badly as we do, in my opinion. Anyway, why was I talking about monkeys and personhood status? Where was I going with this? I had a thought that I have. IQ. There we go. Yes, monkeys. What's the difference between how do we know the monkeys can't become as intelligent as monkeys? Monkeys making spears? That is amazing. I have to watch that. If you place a child, let's say 7, a 7-year-old child, and you place them beside you while you're doing dishes, and you ask them to help you with the dishes, they will do the fucking dishes. You know, they will swirl around, they will scrub the dirt. They might not do a bang-up job like you would, but they would do dishes. If you grab a monkey and you instruct them to do the same, what they'll do is they'll take the dish and they'll take the scrubber and they'll just swirl it around, not even touching necessarily, you know? Maybe like they don't understand the relationship here or why you want to do that. That is intelligence. Understanding, because monkeys are emotionally intelligent. I don't even know if we have more emotional intelligence than monkeys, you know? But when it comes to this type of intelligence, they are low. So what I'm getting at here, these people are too stupid to understand the threat they are facing. I don't think it's malicious. I think they're taking the money, and they're too happily taking the money, as would I. Absolutely. I would happily take the money. Soros, contact me. You know what? Koch brothers. Is it David Koch just now? The Koch brother. Call me. But yeah, they are too stupid to understand what Bernie's doing. They happily take the money. But I don't think the money made them this stupid. Money can make you stupid. A lack of money absolutely makes you stupid. There's been studies on that. Getting money, however, makes you less empathetic. There's a vicious relationship that we have with money mentally. Not having money makes us depressed. Not having money not only makes us depressed, makes us so desperate, because it is desperation, that we are more likely to buy lottery tickets. I've been there myself. We're more likely to buy lottery tickets. We're more likely to buy in to multi-level marketing systems, even if we know it's a scam, because it could happen to you. There's a few percentage on top that always makes money in a multi-level marketing system. Maybe I'm one of them, because you're so fucking desperate for cash. But if you do get the money, the people who don't have money, they are just lazy bums. Well, why don't you just work harder? It's a vicious relationship. And these people absolutely express that relationship. They don't care about the struggling people. They laugh off the accomplishments of Biden. And they're too stupid to understand what Sanders is actually saying and actually doing and actually warning them about.
So many long-term problems that this country is facing. Does anybody in America think that our healthcare system is working? And yet the insurance...
Did they watch this before? Because everything he's saying here, they have touched on already.
Did you see
Chuck Todd tee it up? Chuck Todd sounded like he was subtly threatening him. You sound like you're not getting behind the job of... What was their slogan?
Finish the job.
Finish it. Like Mortal Kombat. He goes, sounds like, and then Joe Biden froze like, oh God, please don't show the pictures. Yeah, what I'm saying is they have to, He seems blackmailed to me. Am I crazy?
Well, no, there's a whole theory about that they grabbed a hold of him, and a lot of people thought that Jane was threatened when they threatened to throw her in jail, that kind of straightened him out. There's a leak tape, Jane, his wife. There's a leak tape of Trump talking to guys saying, he was the only guy I didn't want to run against. But then some of the people in the room said, well, it seems like they got a hold of Bernie. He said, yeah, they got him in the locker room, and they had that talk with him, like, straighten up and fly right.
Let's listen to that tape. I don't think that it said what he claimed it said. Trump leaked tape, wouldn't want to run against Bernie. Leaked audio confirms Trump doesn't want to. Okay. Sure, Mike. Give me the...
Sanders. So this is what he said in leaked audio.
Bernie Sanders, they rigged it. Bernie would have beat Hillary. That would have been tougher. Yeah, I agree. Because there was no hatred.
Right, you're right. There was no hatred. Millennials were right there.
But as great as he was, half my motivation in working was not let her do it.
100%.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I think a big part of our
vice president would have been tougher.
Kane was what I couldn't.
But I think Bernie, because all those people that hated her so much who voted for me, I got 20% of Bernie vote. People don't realize that because of trade, because he's a big trade guy. He basically says we're getting screwed on trade, and he's right. I'm worse than he is, and we can do something about it. I don't know if he could have, but had she picked Bernie Sanders, it would have been tougher. It was the only one I didn't want her to pick. Now then.
So there you have.
It's not the ending there. Come on. Give me the entire... Okay. Trump afraid to run against Bernie. Leaked audio. Was this what I just watched?
There is a second huge story.
Come on, Pac-Man, give me the...
People don't realize that because of trade, because he's a big trade guy, he's big, and we can do something about it. I don't know if he could have, but had she picked Bernie Sanders, it would have been
right there.
It was the only one I didn't.
They all cut it off there. Is it because there is no more audio leaked? Here we go. Oh, it's a 1 hour. God damn. What did he say? What did he claim?
Against, but then some of his...
Oh, they got him. Got him. Bribe? Not bribe. Black. Nope. There is nobody else claiming.
The people in the room said, well, it seems like they got a hold of...
Seems like the DNC got a hold of Bernie Sanders. Deride the Sanders campaign. Must be accountable for what the DNC emails showed. I've not seen any credible. There might be. I have not seen any credible. I've seen a lot of people claim it, like these people, but no credible person I've heard claims to that the DNC have blackmailed Bernie Sanders.
Bernie said, yeah, they got him in a locker room, and they had that talk with him.
In a locker room, that's a specific thing. Bernie Sanders got in a locker room. Leaked audio? Nope.
Straighten up and fly right. And the next thing you know, he's brothers and sisters. We need to vote for Hillary Clinton. He also said, I am once again asking you to support the oligarchy and the corrupt two-party system. Here's a little interview with Dana Bash. This is very interesting. Listen to this.
Sanders, Cornel West, who is a close ally of yours, he is running a third-party campaign for president. He recently criticized you for endorsing President Biden's reelection. Listen to what he said.
I love the brother, and you even in love, people have deep disagreements about these things. But I think again, he's fearful of the neo-fascism of Trump. People look.
He is fearful of the neo-fascism in Trump. Even Cornel West recognizes the fascism in a Trump presidency, which is why a vote for him is a vote for fascism.
So
the neo-fascism.
What?
By the way, they just mentioned it. They're not going to mention it again. They're not going to name neo-fascism and Trump again. Period. In this video, at least.
West is doing is revealing he doesn't have a strong grasp of this situation.
But you do. Jimmy motherfucking Dore. You do have a strong grasp of the situation.
And what he's doing is giving an excuse to everybody who's a war pig and supports the two-party duopoly, even though they know better. So that is Cornel West excusing Bernie Sanders for going against his own movement, for betraying America, and being a war pig, not only with the CARES Act. The CARES Act should have been Bernie.
The CARES Act? I've heard it. I don't know what it is, honestly. Coronavirus. Right. 2.2 trillion economic stimulus. Sounds like a fucking accomplishment. Oh, wait. Is it criticism somewhere here? For Biden. Relief for health care corporations, outcomes. Corporation, that's not good, I think. Relief for business, loans. Relief of individuals. Unemployment benefits, student grants, student loans, work-study programs, retirement plans, retirement accounts, Medicare, foreclosure, blah, blah, blah. Commentary. The passage of the CARES Act occurred during 2020 election year, giving President Trump. Oh, right. That was Trump's thing. Again, a good thing. I'll give it to him.
Bernie Sanders' death now. The CARES Act for betraying America and being a war pig, not only with the CARES Act.
Being a war pig with the CARES Act? Bernie vote CARES Act. I hope he voted for it. Fuck, I would have worked with Trump to get such an act passed. So so this is just different types of what's the he voted no here but voted yes there. What's the difference? All right, okay, so this is like they he didn't want this version of the CARES Act. He wanted that version, which is the one that passed overwhelmingly. Or maybe this was one that passed, actually. So this might have been an addition to that act, like cut spending here and do something there, but keep it as it is. And then he didn't vote on this one. I don't know what that is. Did it pass? No, it didn't. Maybe it did because the vice president gets to vote there. But yeah, he voted for the CARES Act. What do you want?
The CARES Act should have been Bernie Sanders' death now. Then he comes out to be a full-blown war pig? And
why is the CARES Act? This is weird. Table. Unemployment insurance filing status. So are these 78.4% of people unemployed but not filing for unemployment insurance? Or are they including workers? I'm guessing it's unemployed people not filing. I mean, it's not amazing, but it's good. Waiting for unemployment benefit demographic predictors. Okay. I don't get what the problem is here.
Not one criticism.
Like the other things I know, I don't agree with, but I know what they mean when they say they don't like it or whatever. You know, I have no idea why he doesn't like the CARES Act. Is it because of coronavirus? Like,
of Joe Biden, anything for anything, didn't push for anything during COVID, not even health care for people, nothing. And what Cornel West just did.
What? You have no idea. Bernie likes to work behind the scenes. You have no idea what he did behind the scenes. He might even have frank conversations with Trump. I have no idea. No, he didn't have frank conversations with Trump. That would be that would be something to behold. Actually, I have no idea. I like other issues. I know here. I
was completely excused because of Trump. That's the whole thing. The left is supposed to be fighting against Cornell. That's the whole fucking thing, man. And you don't get it. You don't get that. We're supposed to be upset about the system that made people desperate enough to vote for Trump, not Trump. And the whole goddamn establishment loved Trump for their whole fucking life until they couldn't sell wars with him. And that's why they criminalized him and his movement. Not because he's a neo-fascist, whatever the fuck you think that means.
It means... You know what? I don't know what neo-fascist actually is. That's a weird term. Proto-fascist. Neo-fascist? Neo-fascism. Is that a thing? Usually includes ultra-nationalism, racial supremacy, populism, authoritarianism, and nativism, xenophobia, and anti-American. This is just standard fascism. Neo-fascism? How is it any different from fascism? Post-World War II far-right ideology, they include significant elements of fascism. Neo-fascism usually includes fascism. It's a far-right, authoritarian, ultra-nationalist political ideology and movement. How is this any different? Except that it happened after World War II. Neo-Nazi, I understand. You're not part of the Nazi party, but you follow their ideology, hence neo-Nazi. But fascism isn't a party. It's an ideology to begin with. Finland. In Finland, fascism connected in the 1930s, okay. I have no idea. How is different from fascism? The public presentation of their leaders is one principal difference between the neo-fascists and the historical fascists. Their programs have been finely honed and modernized to appeal to the electorate, a far-right ideology with a democratic veneer. With a democratic veneer. That is actually an important difference. Fascism doesn't have a democratic veneer. And Trump has a democratic veneer, at least. He's never... I heard crackle somewhere. He's not called for the dismantlement of democracy. Just like Putin hasn't. Just like Erdogan hasn't. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's fascism with democratic veneer. There you go. Dore, I've just informed you why Trump is a neo-fascist.
Well, also, if that is so...
And by the way, whatever... This entire tirade...
And that's why they criminalized him and his movement. Not because he's a neo-fascist, whatever the fuck you think that means.
Well, also...
This entire tirade from Dore is against Cornel West, who he wants people to vote for. Cornel West and Bernie Sanders both identify that Trump is a fascist. Trump is dismantling civil society. They have different approaches on how to handle it, but they've identified the same issue. And he hates it. And I love to see it.
So if that is...
By the way, vote for Trump then. Just admit it. Vote for fucking Trump then.
So such a threat. Why are you running, Cornell? You're just making it possible.
Thank you, Kurt Metzger. Thank you. This is the first time I actually agree with you on something. Amazing. Amazing. That's a great question. Why run if you think Trump is a neo-fascist?
For the neo-fascists to win.
Yeah.
Give up now if it's such a
Give up
threat.
now if it's
Wait.
So such a threat. Why are you running, Cornell? You're just making it possible for the neo-fascists to win.
Yeah.
They admit it.
Why are you running, Cornell? You're just making it possible for the neo-fascists to win.
Yeah.
Give up now if it's such a
Give
threat.
up now if it's so scary.
Well, that's very telling because I think
Did I just catch them on tape admitting that voting for Cornel West gives Trump the victory? Did I just catch them saying that? I think I caught them saying that. That a third party vote is a throwaway vote that will dilute the pool and make Trump's votes stronger because fewer people will vote for Biden. Did I just catch them saying that? Yes, I did. And I'm very happy with that.
at the end, that's what we're going to see. I don't want to let the neo-fascists get in there, so maybe it's time I had some stage left. Like, he might do that. That's what he's telling me right now when he acts this way. And
you know what? I agree. He will exit stage left, hopefully well before the actual election. Hopefully well before that, so that people aren't mad during the election.
Also, once again, like the interview I had with him, how are you going to reach out to people on the other side, the Trumpers you say you want to reach out to, if you can constantly call them neo-fascists, but you call Biden a milquetoast neoliberal?
Because he is a milquetoast neoliberal. And also, calling just because you're voting for Trump doesn't make you a fascist. Just because. It makes you a collaborator. Well, that's different. Not different necessarily. But not as worse, not as bad, it's less bad than being an active, ideologically, I was going to say coherent, but that doesn't exist. An ideologically convinced fascist. And maybe, just maybe, by pointing out how the person they're voting for is a fascist, they might go, do I want to vote for a fascist? Do I really want to vote for a fascist? I didn't know he was a fascist last time. Perfectly fine, perfectly okay. But this time, there's no denying who and what he is. And pointing that out, it might actually give some people pause. It might actually give some people the justification they needed internally to not vote for Trump. Even if they just don't vote for Biden, not voting for Trump is good enough for me. In that case, in the special circumstances where you would either vote for Trump or nobody. In that special circumstance, I'll happily take your no vote.
You're providing cover for him.
It's a 100% cover.
Biden, they don't really want to tell the full truth. He's created the best economy that we can get. Is this the best that we can get? You're going to tell that lie to the people just for Biden to win?
Unfortunately, it is the best economy you're going to get under this system. It's a meaningless statement either way. The best economy. What are the factors? What could have been done? Yeah, Biden could have done more, but we have Biden. So under Biden, this is the best economy that we're going to get. And it's going to be better than under Trump.
Okay.
What's your reaction to that?
Well, my reaction...
You can see the, I feel bad for Biden. Would have been fun to have a live reaction from Biden. I feel so bad for him having to battle these questions.
Is that certainly
you can see that. You can see there. You can see the disappointment he has in his face. Like,
Well, my reaction is that certainly is not the best economy that we can create. That was what my speech was about yesterday. We've got to join the rest of the industrialized world, guarantee health care to all. We've got to cut the cost of prescription drugs.
Which would help the economy as well. Universal health care is cheaper than private health care.
And you're not
half. We've got to raise the minimum wage to at least...
But Bernie Sanders will never, ever do anything to get those things for you. Bernie Sanders will never stick his chin out. He will never use his leverage. He'll never ask his followers to get in the street and make something happen.
I have no idea what So Bernie Sanders, earlier he talked about how Bernie Sanders needs to do something, needs to talk about these things, needs to spread the word, you know. He's spreading the word and they're still not happy. He needs to put his chin out. What did he just do? What have he been doing for 50 years, you know? What do you do? Be specific of what you want him to do. That isn't a repeat of your old greatest hits, you know? No force to vote, okay? Beyond that, what do you want him to do? Period. Introduce legislation that will get no votes? Doesn't sound that fun to me.
It's all words for Bernie Sanders.
Hot air.
It's all hot air because when push comes to shove, he's going to suck the corporate cock and give the finger to the worker, which he's done left and right for the last 3 years.
Again, what? Specific. Be specific. What do you want him to do? What action could Bernie take that would transform the entire economy, introduce Medicare for all for everyone tomorrow? What snap of a finger thing can Sanders fucking do? He's one of a very few select group of people who are... Okay, let's extend it. Left-leaning liberals. He is a very small portion of that group. What would he be able to do?
Uvalde cops showed more hustle.
That's right. Uvalde cops showed more courage than Bernie Sanders.
That's dark. But, you know, and it's also...
The cop didn't stop the shooter. The cop ignored murdered killings. He did more than Bernie Sanders.
Also, too, it's kind of outdated. It's the same shit. It's the same speech from 2016.
It is the same speech from 2016, which is what you want him to do. It is this entire video has been you wanting him to keep on the firebrand speeches, you know? That's been the entire video until a video where he does just that, and you go, it's just the greatest hits, It's just a repeat of 2016.
Bullshit. And he's not going to do a fucking thing about it.
Yeah. This Democratic Party, and it's so funny that Cornel West is running as a Green, but they got the same message. We got to stop the impending fascism.
They're just Democrat light. The Green
That's
Party,
it.
they have nothing to even, they don't even talk about green shit anymore. They don't talk about anything except with Democrat light.
Zero populist message.
Zero.
That's actually true. There's a Paul screen. That's actually true. The Green Party doesn't really talk about green issues that much, do they? The Green Party, mostly irrelevant generally, but the Green Party has, they've gone from their own identity to Democrat light, to left-wing Democrats. Why? I want. What would make a political party change in such a way? I wonder. What's the circumstances that would make a party change their ideology, their policies, their messaging? Could it be the material conditions for advocating for green policies have been consumed by Democrats? They're not doing enough, I admit. But compared to Republicans? Maybe. That reminds me, by the way, Biden oil drilling permits force. I heard somewhere, because there's a good and strong critique of Biden when it comes to environmental issues, which is he has approved more drilling sites than Trump. No, wait. This is Trump too, right? This is Biden. Per month average of approved onshore oil and gas drilling permits than Trump did in any of his first 3 years of his presidency. Okay. The first 3 years. That's okay. So I read somewhere that Biden didn't have much of a choice in it. Like he pledged on the campaign trail to be the most environmentally friendly president ever. Let's just, here's why. President Joe Biden said that his policies have not made the U.S. less equipped to withstand the impact of the ban of the Russian oils. That's why. That's the reason. Energy imports. He continued that the onus is on U.S. oil and gas companies that have permits to begin drilling but haven't started. It's simply not true that in my administration, all policies are holding back domestic energy production. No, it's not. But instead, the companies pumped more oil in the U.S. during his first year in office than during his predecessors. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe he's just oil happy because he recognizes that, well, if he removes the oil, well, it's going to be hard on the economy. It's already strained, so why don't we improve some more oil rigs, Stuff like that. It's not good. But I might have done the same. Oh. Saving democracy. Yeah, here's why. Assuming I have the timeline and the facts of the matter correct. I think spending some, let's call it environmental capital. Is that a thing? That sounds like environmental capital. No. Is defined as indispensable resources and benefits essential for human survival and economic activity provided by the ecosystem. Yeah, okay. Exactly what I thought it would be. Spending a bit of overspending even. Some economic capital now in order to ensure I would do other things as well, of course, but I might actually do that in order to not tank our economy as we've blocked Russian oil, which is a lot of our import, and it's a vicious cycle. So I might have actually agreed with doing that. Now he's worse in other ways that I would hopefully be better at, that would compensate somewhat for this lack of environmental protection, but I might have done the same.
Zero.
Dana Bash
Wait.
What if list message?
Zero. They don't talk about anything except with Democrat light.
Zero populist message.
Zero.
Zero.
Dana Bash.
Wait. Cornel West has zero populist message? Cornel West, zero populist message.
What?
By the way, 1.23 million viewers. Why is he out of focus? What? Why? Is it no 1080p? Why is he out of focus?
Maybe I'm just projecting,
Strange.
but when they ask me these questions,
it's not out of focus. It's just bad resolution, isn't it?
Maybe I'm just projecting, but when they ask me these questions, it sounds, because there's such nothing things to say of the truth, but it sounds like the reporter's like, what do you say to this? Isn't it bad? Look at her face. Like,
watch how it ends up.
It's not a great economy.
We're going to finish up this clip really quick and then get to our guest, but listen to this. It's real quick. We'll finish this up.
It's conspiracy baiting.
$17, and now we got to build the
It's the same thing with just asking questions. It's just conspiracy baiting.
affordable housing we desperately need. But where I disagree with my good friend, Cornel West, is I think in these really very difficult times where there is a real question whether democracy is going to remain in the United States of America. Donald Trump is not somebody who believes in democracy. Whether
I like even if I held the positions that the Dore does, I don't see what they're joking about.
the women are going to be able to continue to control their own bodies. Whether we have social justice in America, we end bigotry.
They can in certain states, but if Republicans win and get not only the presidency, but the Senate and Congress, if that happens, there will be a ban on all abortions in the country. I know he won't care about this. He thinks that's a good thing. Not the ban of the abortions, but the next thing. He thinks it would be good when they ban trans medical interventions for people under 18. He thinks that would be amazing. And they would go further, but they would absolutely do that. And he'd praise it to the heavens. Oh, they are protecting women. Let's see why they think it's this is so funny.
Around that, I think we've got to.
Go ahead.
Bernie Sanders is against you controlling your own body. He was for. Is he not for mandates? Was he not for?
What?
Sanders is against you controlling your own body. He was for. Is he not for mandates? Was
this is vaccine issue?
Is he not for mandates? He's not for you controlling your own body.
Wade, so on 2 counts.
Okay, let's skip that. Sanders, COVID restrictions. Can I even find anything? Wrong Sanders. Bernie. I don't know what his position on lockdowns were exactly. Nope. I have co-signed and co-sponsored the following letters and bills regarding the coronavirus pandemic. Each item includes the sponsoring senator and the link to the text, blah, 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 blah. Agriculture, business, civil rights and liberties. This is probably disabilities also. Let's start with let's just do civil rights and liberties. To the U.S. Commission on the Rights on Civil Rights, urging guidance on preventing and addressing the anti-Asian racism and xenophobia. COVID-19 pandemic has brought a shameful increase in anti-Semitism, anti-Asian, xenophobic, and racist attacks. To Trump administration regarding COVID-19 racial disparities. Okay. Education. So that's healthcare, maybe. I don't know. I don't care. If lockdowns were good, I wish Sweden had done them. There. By the way, Sweden compared to the rest of the world, coronavirus response. The Cato Institute. That's always a good. The country's approach was controversial, with some calling it the Swedish experiment, which is true. Actually, that is the one thing I like. That we have an experiment in the world. Not every country, not every Western country did a lockdown. That's a good thing that we can pull from and say, how do we handle the next pandemic better? Okay? But almost 2.5 years after the pandemic began, what can we say today about the outcome of this? First, let's recap what Sweden's journey looked like. I don't care. We didn't have mandated masks. We didn't have... Except in hospitals. You had to have a mask to enter the hospital, which I understand. We didn't have lockdowns. We had restrictions on... I don't know if we demanded it from public corporations, but the corporations themselves freely employed different tactics to, they didn't allow as many people inside the stores. They didn't. They asked people to keep a distance, stuff like that, But we never demanded, except for I think bars. I know bars in Stockholm at least they had to shut down at, I think it was 9 or 8 or something. No, 10. They had shut down at 10, I think. But then they realized, was it 12? Anyway, they had to shut down. But they realized all they had to do was remove all the people, clean up all the glasses, and then they could open up again. There was a loophole. So everyone just walked outside and then walked back in, It's amazing. It's amazing. So did Sweden's approach pay off? Let's see. Excess mortality is a key example. This metric takes the total number of deaths, blah, blah. Although Sweden is hit hard by the first wave, in its total excess deaths during the first 2 years of the pandemic were actually among the lowest in Europe, which might be just because we distanced in general and we are a fairly compliant society. Where we saw most... So I don't think, even if Sweden fared well here, I don't think it would work in the US at all. we are a fairly compliant society where we saw most deaths, early on at least, were in immigrant communities, which I saw some politicians and activists of the left variety of an immigrant background variety, for the most part even, was that they called it racist. But the issue for immigrants wasn't due to racism, it was due to their type of socialization. Sweden, we like to socialize in smaller groups often. We are living spaciously, happily. Not as spacious as like a mansion in Texas, you know. But I'm paying $600 for 70 square meters. 70 square meters in square feet. In school. Let's just do that. In 230 square feet is what I'm living on. How much would a 230 square feet apartment in what would be a comparable, not in size, but in like relative size be? Not Chicago, maybe the outskirts of Chicago? No, that's too big. What's the Minnesota state capital? St. Paul. Really? St. Paul? What would this cost? Can we get some size? So I have one bathroom, but I have a living space. I guess I don't know that's included on my. So we don't, in Sweden, we list things. We don't list bedrooms. We list rooms. How many? Oh, and by the way, the 70 square meters, the 230 square feet, doesn't include the hallway and doesn't include the kitchen. Now, I think that's spectacular. So it's actually bigger probably because I can't see America doing the same thing. Price beds, what? One bed apartment. Moving the. Why can't I get size? How hard is that? Let's go to the outside because I don't live in the center. We're still looking at twice my pay. Oof. Ugh. Disgusting. I like this apartment, but disgusting. How big is this? Am I zoomed in? Nope. It's just a very big 535 square feet. So that might actually be what my apartment is if you include the kitchen and the hallway. Maybe comparable. Well, anyway, let's. I don't remember why I went on that tirade. Oh, this way. That's why. So we live bigger, and we live mostly alone. We move out early in our lives. Most people, at least of my generation, moved out before 20, before 25 for sure. No, before 20, please. Most people. But immigrants don't. They tend to live. They tend to live more close by. They tend to live more people in a smaller area, which of course increases their likelihood of catching a virus. Notably, any perceptions that people in Sweden went on with their everyday life during the pandemic is nothing, as if not notably any perception that are untrue. Yes, report that they adjusted their behavior, for example, participating in social distancing, avoiding crowds in public transportation, and working from home. Strengths and weaknesses. So we had implementations. We had more free participations of those implementations, however.
Not for mandates? Was he not for mandates? He's not for you
And
controlling your own
Roe
body.
v. Wade, so on 2 counts.
and then Democrats could.
What is he saying about?
He's not for you
And
controlling your own
Roe
body.
v. Wade, so
he didn't save Roe v. Wade. How do you think he would have done that? How do you think Biden would have done that? He didn't save Roe v. Wade because time. Because the previous president had put in place people that would struck it down. I would strike it down. I don't. How do you talk to these people? They don't understand that other people are responsible for their things.
on 2 counts.
And then Democrats could have codified Roe v. Wade anytime they wanted,
Yes.
and they didn't on purpose.
Yes. They could have and they should have. The reason they didn't was because they wanted people to be scared. They wanted people to say, oh, I can't vote for Republican because they'll remove my medical rights. That's what they wanted. I agree. How does this change anything?
So this idea that the Democrats are a friend of the women's bodily autonomy is bullshit.
Did Democrats remove Roe v. Wade? Did Democrats do that, apparently? Okay.
Not for anybody's bodily
Did he mean
autonomy.
women with dicks? Because then I'm with him.
Guys, we have creeping authoritarian.
Not for anybody's bodily
Did he mean
autonomy.
women with dicks? Because
Did he mean women with dicks?
then I'm with him.
Guys, we have creeping authoritarianism coming in. Democracy is on the ballot because
He is such a piece of shit. Bernie Sanders, an unmitigated liar, fraud, coward, and an enemy of the people he claims to champion.
Yeah. And then when when it's finished up, they pretty much ask him, well, what do you think about people just taking advantage of Cornel West and putting him on the ballot, just have his name on the ballot? Bernie Sanders punts and says, I'm not following it that closely. And then he just lets it go. That's all you need to know, because that's all we're going to play from that clip.
You know, he's a big Spanish soccer fan, so he's probably all got his brain fogged with all that information.
Yeah.
Why would he follow the presidential? He's such a liar.
And he's old and outdated, and this shit is...
He's so old.
It's not a winning ticket.
He's such a liar.
I'd rather watch Joe Biden give his speech in Hawaii than watch
Bernie Sanders bullshit me like this.
I almost lost my cat. We're going to
come see us live on
Okay. Oh, I have to finish up here. Wow. Is all. Wow. Holy mother of God. That video was better than I expected. That video was denser than I expected. God damn. I managed to turn a 15-minute video. Why can't I see? Into I'm gonna say a it's almost a 2-hour tirade. Almost a 3-hour tirade even. Holy shit. I mean, it's evident. Jimmy and the other guys on there admitted a vote for Cornel West is a vote for Trump. They said it. So he explicitly telling people to vote for Trump, because he admitted that when he says people should vote for Cornel West, he's asking them to make sure that Biden has a worse opportunity to win. They've done all the same calculations, all the same considerations, all the same analysis. Oh, why am I so bad at this? The same. I hate this. I don't know what this is. Thank you, Socialist. I also had fun. I had more fun than I've had in the past weeks streaming. So that's what. But I'm gonna finish this so I can actually make a video of it. They have made the same calculations and come to the same conclusions. All of them. Jimmy and his crew, Cornel West, and Bernie Sanders. They've all made the same calculations when it comes to political or electoral probabilities, electoral possibilities. And they've all taken different approaches to it, apparently. Bernie's like, okay, fascism is on the rise. Gotta give it to the big guy. Cornel is like, fascism is on the rise. This is my time. And they're like, fascism isn't on the rise. It's in power already. Don't you see? Who? Seriously. There are only two conclusions you can draw from this. Either they are lying, they are hacks, they are frauds, they are blah, blah. Possible. Strong possibility. But as I said earlier, I've been very interested in IQ this last few weeks. And I have to say that my...
now you got...
Shut up. My phrenology... my phrenology calculations of these people are that they're stupid. They are just dumb. They are low IQ. Look at him. You can't trust someone with that hairline, can you? By the way, I'm happy. So happy he stopped coloring his hair. Oh my God. These are dumb people. Where's Kurt? Give me Kurt. Come on, Kurt. Where are you? There we are. Look at them. Not you, Sanders. You're good. Look. The phrenology tells me they are stupid people. No, seriously. I am afraid I am becoming a eugenicist. not eugenicist. But that I'm afraid I have started to ascribe more things to high IQ or low IQ that is probably good for me. Like I admit that I have a problem here. I freely admit that I am probably even in the wrong here for doing this, but I am having too much fun with it, considering I know my own IQ. That's probably like if I was low IQ, which is fine. Who cares? Honestly. But if I was low IQ, I probably wouldn't have the ideas that I have at the moment, you know, because that would reflect badly on me. But at the moment, I am. Oof. These people. The smartest person in the world who has ever existed. Not Einstein. He's not the smartest person. There's a woman. Highest IQ. Oh, and I am not in. Well, 2023 can be interesting. What is Einstein's IQ? Well, I don't know. 100 genius territory. 140. Socialist, I'm gonna spoil something here. So if you don't want it, I am 4 points away from genius status, apparently, or genius territory. We don't know his IQ, but yeah, here, 160. 170. Let's just go down to the bottom. Gary Kasparov. That's not the guy I'm looking for. Really? Netanyahu? 180? 211, 230. They're not in order of smarter to stupider? That's fucking stupid. Oh, damn, boy. Okay, let's just take this dude. Let's just take this dude. He is. Oh, IQ monkey. Let's say not chimpanzee. What are they called? The red ones. Great apes. Orangutans. What is the average IQ of an orangutan? That's not. Did I? 4-year-olds. What is that? Borderline. Mm-hmm. I'm happy about that. I am happy about that. I'm not gonna lie. 4-year-olds between 5 and 20 IQ. Wow. Is that really real? No, this is not real. Really? Well, of course, the average is between 80 and... Well, the average should be 100, actually. So that's strange that they have between 80 and 100. Actually. It should be between 80 and 120. You know? The high average and the low average. But, okay, whatever. So, this dude is as far away from me in IQ, maybe-ish, as I am to a goddamn orangutan. That's the... And Jimmy Dore is not far away from that, in my opinion. Jimmy Dore is so not smart. I am so not kidding here. But I have to run. Yeah, fuck Jimmy Dore. Fuck Kurt Metzger. Fuck the other guy. I don't know who that is. I wasn't planning on only watching and only reacting to this video. But it was fun. I had fun. You had fun, as you've said. I have to run. I'm going to pick up my girlfriend in 7 minutes. IQ is real. We don't have a firm understanding of it because we haven't... It's actually, I'm going to say, phrenology is also real. It's true. Phrenology is also... And when I say real, I don't mean it's... the way it's used or the way it's implemented or has been implemented or even the things they've said is real. I'm saying that our internal genetic components can be seen by the naked eye. You know this. You can look at Trump and you go, that guy's stupid. You know it. It's instinct. It's harder, I think, to see someone who is smart. But a stupid person is always easy to spot. Always easy to spot. Usually they're wearing a MAGA hat, you know? No, I'm taking that back. Smart people can also be identified easily. The really smart and the really dumb are equally easy. Like, you can go up to a professor and you, like, just the way he dresses, just the way he upholds himself tells you that he is fucking a genius, you know? And the same goes for the low IQ people. Now, is IQ real? What do you mean by real? Does it exist? Yes. Can we measure it? Yes. What is it that we're measuring? Now, that is the question. And it's different from different systems, different in different programs, whatever, etc., yada yada, so forth and so on. But there is something tangible still. There is something useful. We have seen when we developed IQ tests, we saw, because the idea was they wanted to know, are people in school doing great because they are good at that subject or because they're just good? And that's where they start testing, and they saw, no, people who do well in English also seems to do well in math. Why is that? And so that's where we got this from, or how we discovered it, developed it. I don't know how exactly we're supposed to talk about it, But it is something, and we have seen we don't have Elon Musk. I think Zuckerberg is absolutely genius territory. Absolutely. That dude, he has earned his status in society. Elon Musk has just been lucky. Elon Musk was born wealthy, blah, 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 blah. Went to great schools because he was born lucky, was able to purchase. He did something. He did manage to do PayPal, but it was called X at the time. But yeah. So it's Elon Musk is not a smart person, or do you mean we can see Elon and Zuck's IQ by just looking at them and how they behave? Yeah, yes, we can. There are some things you can't see. Like, there are some people who are just like Dylan Burns. He has a strange jaw, stuff like that, which might trip some people up. But there is something, you have a feeling. And IQ, like, we see this. We see how some people are just better. Like, if I was low IQ, if I was dumb, I am so fucking thankful that I have high IQ, because I have been able to compensate my entire life for having ADHD. I have managed... Yeah, I have to write this. I have managed to finish high school with grades. Not great grades, but grades. I have gone to university, and I have done well in some aspects. I haven't finished, again, my ADHD, but in some aspects, I managed university as well. And I studied almost nothing. Like, I've never been the one to study, ever. Because my ADHD. I'm not good at reading things I'm not that interested in. So I've never been good at studies, and yet I've managed school. Thank fucking God I am not. Like, imagine the reverse. So I'm going to spoil my IQ here for you, Social Lust. I have 136 IQ measured. If I had the reverse, which would mean 70 IQ, not even 64 IQ. Oh, I would be a fucking moron. And we had to do an IQ test when I had my my ADHD evaluation, because they wanted to know, are you failing because you're stupid, or are you failing because you have ADHD? And I was failing because I had ADHD. Anyway, so you can see IQ in some place. Chromosome, if you have an extra chromosome, I don't know if some people you can't see that in, but in most people with an extra chromosome, you can fairly well see that. And that affects intelligence, that affects everything. It is the reason we haven't studied it, the reason we're stuck with the old terminology for it, isn't because it's not real. It's because the people who discovered it used it nefariously. The people who discovered phonology, the people who discovered IQ, all of that, not the people per se, but the foundation for Nazi Germany came from that, among other things. Linnaeus, the guy who documented all the flowers in the world. He also documented all the people in the world. He had some choice words for Africans and Asians. And that's... We have in a university. Fun. We have a university called Linnaeus Universitetet. Fun. Anyway, so all of these things have led to bad outcomes, which is why people are scared to talk about it. Which is why people are afraid to give grants to study it. Why people are afraid to give credence even to the idea, to the notion that IQ might be real. That certain things manifests itself physically. Now, I don't have, I don't think we should take this to start testing people and arrange society around these things. I just think that Jimmy Dore is really, really stupid. Now I have to go because now my girlfriend's come home. Okay? I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. Love you guys. Bye-bye. Thank you for being here. Hey. Oh, det här.